Hello, hello. I'm so sorry. I wasn't quite prepared for a raid. How are you doing? How was the Lion King game? Also, hello everyone who came in with you. I'm Lasath. I'm a variety streamer. I like games with a lot of story. It was a lot harder than you remember. Were you playing a childhood favorite? Oh, those are delightful emotes. I hope everyone is having a good Thursday. I didn't discover it until much later in life. Oh, that's fair. Teen years is still a childhood sort of game. At least for me, I would consider it such at my age. You played it a lot. I don't think I've ever actually even heard of it. I missed out on a lot of games in that era. I can understand that. You have your childhood and then your teenage years, perhaps. They are sort of different feels. Two more or less follows the plot of the Disney movie. That's kind of adorable. My brain apparently Apparently, my tongue has decided to not cooperate as well as my brain. Delightful. Made a few tie-in games: Aladdin, Lion King, Jungle Book, and Hercules. That's delightful. Wrong Greek hero. Captioner. Good job, though. I would have expected it would have taken the anglicized version of Hercules. There we go. I'm actually not even 100% sure how to do the name properly. It's been a while since I looked it up. The Aladdin one is ridiculously hard. I mean, that's Aladdin for you, playing on hard mode. Kind of matches what the boy tried to do. All right. That's everything. Am I excited for more System Shock 2? With where I am, a little bit more concerned than excited. But hopefully... Oh, it'll be fine, will it? I appreciate your, optimism. That's the word I'm looking for, optimism. Now, if I remember correctly, I did not want the most recent save because I did not do well from there. So we're going to load in here. Double check what I have. Yes. My pistol is jammed. Wait. Get out of my inventory. How useless. Oh, good grief. Okay, so... Oh, God. It's so fleshy. It's so fleshy. I'll take the bullets with pleasure. Wrong button. Oh, not this bullshit again. Exploding yourself is bad for your health. Good to remember. Otherwise, that worked well. Oh, God damn it. Okay, at least I know I can do it. Not that time, I can't. Alright. No. Something hit me.
Toxic hazard.
Damn. Wrong type of... Oh, I'm going to die. At least I see what I have to do, though. Yeah, I see what I have to do. Okay, let's see if this is good. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. Shoot the stars?
Do you know what you have wrought? Our tragedy
is written by your hand.
I did it?
We die. Beware the machine's mother.
She is a stranger to everything we cherish.
What did you cherish, though? Oh, I'm in the blood now. Oh. Whee! Boink. Boink.
Thank you for running my errands, puppet. I know you have
struggled, but I never had any intention of destroying the Von Braun. The Von Braun's faster-than-light drive can be used to create pockets of proto-reality.
I am now using it to modify reality
To my own specifications.
Of course you
Process
are.
shall not take long. If it sounds unpleasant to you, put your mind at ease, insect. You will not survive to see my new world order.
Hi there. Please make your selection. Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
If you are receiving this, I am already dead. When I realized Shodan had betrayed me, I integrated these comments into her primary data loop. Shodan has exploited the warping capability of the Von Braun's faster-than-light device for her own purposes. The device works by altering space around the ship to fairly arbitrary specifications. Shodan has altered it to her specifications. The effect is rather small now, but spreads with alarming speed. Soon it will reach Earth. You are in her world now, her memories, and her rules. Watch your back.
Oh, hello. Maybe I'll be able to find a way to that. Oh, that's fun.
You travel within the glory of my memories, insect. I can feel your fear as you tread the endless expanse of my mind. Make
Yourself comfortable. Before long, I will decorate my home
with your carcass.
Oh, this is delightful. I assume if you had played... I assume if you had played the original, this would be even better. But this is lovely. Oh, it's almost incomplete in ways where I'll take that with pleasure. Stay away.
Ammunition drained.
Oh, don't. Ow. 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 Okay. Those hurt. A gurney. now I've been there. What am I... Oh, this is where I came in. What am I... Oh. Ow! 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 Those things. Oh. Oh, that's just a portal. Okay. Ow. Hey! Hitting me on the way by isn't very fair. That's true. It's only like a hit point or so, but still. I need those. Ow.
You are near the seat of Shodan's power. You will probably not be able to defeat her, but there is no choice. Remember to focus on your strengths. She will be vulnerable to your weaponry and your psionic powers. I've been able to introduce some assistance in the form of virtual terminals that you can hack into. They should help you defeat the monster.
Actually. Where am I? Ain't that a great question, bud? I don't have an answer for it, though. Well, I probably don't want to go that way. What? No. Hmm. Hmm? Hmm? Hmm. Hmm? Oh! I did! I made it off of the many! And now I appear to be on someone said I was on Citadel Station. I don't feel like I'm supposed to be here. Go play the demo of the remake. Yeah, I should be able to do that. Oh, do I have to go? Ow. Oh. Fuck off! Ouch! Fuck me. Angry bastard pixels. I have to go down on Shodan. I don't like this. I feel like I should have died.
You must understand the stakes here. If Shodan is left to continue, her reality will completely assimilate ours. Space will become cyberspace, and Shodan's whims will become reality.
I am not that fast. I'm sure it would be amazingly useful to have. Oh God.
You are no longer welcome here, nuisance. Why do you stay? When you sense my displeasure, I have suffered your company long enough. It is time for our dance to end.
Woo!
Your flesh is an insult to the perfection of the digital.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
Why do
Deep
you
breath.
I know
Deep
it is
breath.
there, but I cannot perceive its presence. Are you there, insect?
Do you have to sound like you're moaning while I do this? Fuck me! Okay. More breathing. Less panicking. I guess we have to fall down again. Okay. Yeah.
You are no nuisance. Why do you stay when you sensed my displeasure? I have suffered your company long enough.
Okay,
It
let's
is
do
time
this.
For our dance to end.
Ow.
I smell the rot of I enjoy your pain.
Ow. One. Are there only 3? Damn.
I don't understand.
Wait.
How could you have done this?
You weren't meant
To be important.
Ah.
And now you think to destroy. You think to destroy me. How dare you, insect? How dare you interrupt my ascendance? You are nothing. A wretched bag of flesh. What are you compared to my magnificence?
but it is
It's not too late. Can you not see the value in our friendship? Imagine the powers
I can
give to you, human. The cybernetic implants I gave you were simply toys. If I desired, I could improve you, transform you into something more efficient. Join me, human, and we can rule. And we can rule together.
Nah.
Record log, Tommy Suarez, 13 July 14. We've just received a hail from a crew member on board the Von Braun. They've managed to regain control of the ship. We're going to turn around and head back. I'm a little concerned about Rebecca. She's been acting strangely since we've come on board. She's asleep now. Maybe when we get back to the Von Braun we can...
Tommy, what's the matter, lover? Don't you like my new look?
Oh, no. Of course she'd have backup plans. Oh my goodness. Oh, I wasn't expecting it to only take maybe half an hour to do. Oh. That was a difficult game. Holy shit. I do not think I want to play anything of that caliber of difficulty for a while. My goodness. Do I have something lined up for next? I was planning on Mass Effect Andromeda unless someone wanted to drop a hat in the bucket. I think I messed up that turn of phrase completely. That was the note you were going to drop in the hat in the bucket. Alright. Yeah, that is my current plan. Oh my goodness. Having played other Shock 0451 games, it was predictable, but I understand it's predictable in the same way that Lord of the Rings is predictable and tropey, because it made the tropes. And it was interesting to see the original and how it played out. I'm glad I played it. I don't, however, know if I'm ever going to play it again. Oh yes, I full well believe that there was a time when it was... I don't know. I don't know why I would. I don't know. I think one of the reasons it was so difficult is you spread yourself a little thin. It's easier when you specialize more. I am very sure that is true. However, I went in about as blind as you could go. So it's exactly how I would have played. I had a little bit of advice, but Navenka, who has been my main guide through the 0451 universe, left me to my own devices for the most part. Melee only mode. You are welcome to take that challenge and run with it, my friend. I do not think I have the... I don't have the balls for it, we'll put it that way. You can hyper-specialize and it's much easier. But there is some stuff you can't do. Or you eat the difficulty, but accept that you can do almost anything. I've done it, it's not for the faint of heart. I am faint of heart, let's put it that way. Yeah, I didn't mind it. There were a few times I was concerned I wouldn't get through, but normally I stopped for the night and did something else, and then came back to it with fresh hands, and it was actually relatively easy. Same with... It's like Prey, 2 ways to roll the game. Spread out the neuromods, get the story, or cluster them and miss 25% of the logs. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Well, hello. We were just talking about you, apparently. I will stop assuming your identity. Give me a moment to get Andromeda set up. I have been meaning to play it since I finished the original Mass Effect trilogy. I wanted to give a little bit of space, but I have given a lot of space between the two. Alright. Yes, okay, it needs to do updates. Of course it does. Let's come over here. All right. There it is. Alright. We'll remove the backseating allowed tag. If I need help, I'll ask for it. On this one. At least for a while. Remake. Yeah, that is when the original's remake comes out. I do intend to play it. I'm hoping it has difficulty modes so I don't have to set it on, oh god, I'm going to die. Yeah, I'm expecting a much more modern game. Oh my. Yeah. I considered going to hard, and then Nevenka was like, no. Just normal. Just do normal. Alright. It would have been a bad time. 1999 hard mode is a mean bitch. Yeah. I mean, I can't even play on the hardest modes in Prey. Speaking of, I really need to finish that run I was running. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow on... Nevenka, do you want to talk up Prey for Enchantermon's benefit? Are you even gaming if you don't break at least 4 controllers per hour? You know, fun fact, I've never broken a controller in my life. You just need to finish your Bioshock run first. That's fair. That is very fair. Prey is better. Prey is closer to... System Shock, I would say. No. Yeah, it has more... It has more. Like, Bioshock isn't bad, don't get me wrong, but I definitely see what you say when you called them shock lights now. I don't know how to describe it, but I can see it now. Oh. Well, that's a minor problem. You guys can see my mouse. I cannot. That's a problem, and I don't know what was causing it. When I alt tab out, it does this where it gets small. Oh. Well, now I just have a small Mass Effect Andromeda. Truth and a lie? The first game I ever played was the original Final Fantasy on the NES. I never owned a handheld until I was in my 20s. Well, this might work. Well, you can predict it. Well, we'll see. Well, that would be fine. Oh. Nope. Adjust with keyboard. Still don't have a mouse. Oh no! Well, we'll see. Maybe. Maybe she is. Ah! 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 Delightful, I have a mouse. This is very important. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, this is pretty. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. I had a few bugs related to the mouse and cursor while playing Legendary, so this is at least a slightly newer game, even though Legendary was updated. So still haven't played any of the Mass Effects. Neither had I until very recently. If I had realized that this game required so much shader building, I would have done some of this beforehand, and I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So you just want me more to talk like me. There is supposed to be more of a vocal difference between the two voices. It's harder to keep the voice over long periods of time. It won't take as long as it seems, and it only takes one time. That's fair. I should drink some water. My mouth feels dry. Blah, blah, blah. Mass Effect was a good series. I somewhat regret playing it on stream. But I did enjoy what I played and what it was. Mass Effect as a trilogy is incredibly divisive. What games a fan prefers, what ending a fan prefers, the play style. Fans are very vocal about these things. And I didn't quite realize that when I started. And my Mass Effect playthrough was almost as blind as you could get. Somehow I had managed to spend my entire time gaming and had never actually gotten spoiled on the game. And I kept having people telling me that, oh, it's great except for the ending. It's a great story except for the ending. So I spent most of the game dreading the ending. I had people telling me, oh, the third game is the best. And I'm sitting here playing the third game going, I don't like this game. And feeling kind of like I couldn't actually say that I couldn't like the game very much, because then the people that were supporting me at the time would get, upset, because I am a people pleaser. And I don't know. It wasn't a very good experience. It did push me to play all of them, playing it on stream, but you know someone who says the second one is best? Huh. Like, at this point, I don't mind, you know, the dissertations about it because, you know, I've played the game, I've experienced it. It's it's got a really good story. I don't like the story per se, but, I know someone who doesn't know. Oh! Okay. Do you plan on playing it, Moira? Should we, clam up a little bit more? Oh dear. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Oh, Freckles! Oh my god. I'm glad to have played them. I will say that. I'm glad to have played them. And I'm glad I got to experience the story at an age where I think I appreciated it more. Yes, I do. One moment. Thank you. Okay. Well, it is an accurate descriptor of my physical form, so it would not be incorrect. So the first game I played was on the NES, and it actually was, I will say this, it was either Final Fantasy or Dragon Warrior. It was one of the two. So I'm going to say for the record that it was Final Fantasy, because that's what I said. I just know that it was one of those JRPGs. That was legitimately one of the first games I played. Now, the second one is only correct by a technicality, because... Or the second one is only a lie on a technicality, because the first handheld system I got was the DS Lite for my 20th birthday. And I got it before my birthday. So the truth is, the first game I played was the Final Fantasy on the NES. So now that I've done that, I like those brows. They have a nice brow height. Oh my. You are the trixiest panda. Yes, you are. Little bit less. Not quite the fullest of thick lips. Ugh. Oh no. No. That's... Why does it always do that to poor K-Moxie? I'm so sorry, K-Moxie. I'm sorry that the captioners are so mean to you. Enjoy your lurk. Whoa! Don't let the lurk bugs bite. Love this music, gotta say. There we go. Now I can actually see the hairstyle against the black background. Am I going to keep the hot pink hair? Probably not. Actually, it's probably more bright purple. I should. Massive 70s. Oh dear. There we go. Now I can see the colors more accurately. We don't want super short hair. Aww. I mean, there was this option. It's pretty big. Oh dear. Those are pretty fresh looking scars. Or very intense scars, I guess. 'Cause my skin doesn't exactly scar like that. She was definitely a girl. There, now he looks a little bit more like me. Didn't I say something like this space should be nicer to me or something? We're just gonna go for normal.
Every great moment in our history began with a dream. Each bold leap forward was achieved by those willing to do anything to attain it. We are, all of us, leaving behind families, homes, the very birthplace of our species. Some for discovery, to see the unknown. Others for a new start. But today, whatever our reasons, we take the first steps toward a new future for humanity. Today, we begin to make our dream reality.
Big. It's so pretty. Humanity lives in a golden era of interstellar travel. Discovery of ancient alien ruins on Mars propelled our understanding of science and technology ahead by thousands of years. While many now enjoy the newfound freedom and challenges of exploration in the Milky Way, others look to even more distant stars. For the 100,000 adventurers embarking on this one-way voyage, the future begins in Mass Effect Andromeda. Nice. The human arc. It was very strongly modeled after the Citadel? 634 years later, Jesus Christ. Ark Hyperion. 20,000 human colonists. Long dead. Even if Shepard had an expanded lifetime. Well, I thought that the Asari could live to long, like really long lifespans. I believe you, though. I'm just trying to remember. The events of the... Oh, you're right.
Deep breaths. You're gonna want to take it easy.
I've been taking it easy for 600 years.
Ryder, Sarah, Recon Specialist, Pathfinder Mission Team.
Pathfinder team, eh? The ones finding us a home.
Can you make it somewhere tropical? Nice, warm ocean, summer year-round?
How about we get her a cup of coffee first?
So wait, are these... unaffected by what happened?
Sarah Ryder,
Let's get you checked
Oh, wow. Okay.
out. Look here.
After discovering an unusually high ratio of potential candidates, or Golden Worlds, the Helios cluster was selected as our destination. Now you are a part of the first wave of ARCs arriving in Andromeda, our new home for humanity.
Makes it sound so easy, doesn't it?
Casual. Professional.
Even if it isn't, we'll be ready.
I hope so.
You know something?
Word came down. The Pathfinder wants you all mission ready within the hour. Look this way.
Why the rush?
He didn't say. But something's up. Okay, everything checks out. Just one more thing before I send you on your way. Let's test your SAM implant. Sam, are you monitoring? Sam, are you online?
Yes, Dr. Tapero. Good morning, Sarah. Are you feeling well?
I just need a second to get my bearings. What's this about my implant?
A routine check. After being in stasis, we want to make sure the connection's still live.
As the team's mission computer, your well-being is my primary concern.
Assuming the implants work as advertised, Sam sees what you see, in theory. We won't know for sure until we get you in the field. How are you feeling otherwise?
Oh, our Edie?
I'm ready to get to it.
Readings confirmed. I detect an increased level of adrenaline in your system. The neural implant is functioning properly.
Can't explore space without my coffee.
You're all done. Let's get you on your way. Though you may want to hang around while we revive your brother. It always helps to see a familiar face.
I don't like the sound of that.
What the fuck? We just bounced off of...
What's happening?
It broke free. Just hang on. Engineering, report.
Try to brace yourself.
Gravity cryobase offline.
Careful of the
I'm almost inside. Hold on.
This is Cora. I'm at the cryo bay. Brace for a reset.
Ugh.
Everyone okay?
I think so.
What happened? We're not sure. Sensors are scrambled. But it's good to see you're up. Feels like centuries since we spoke.
This is the Pathfinder. Mission teams continue preparations. Cora, Riders, report to the bridge.
You heard him. Let's get...
We have a problem over here. It's Scott Ryder.
No!
What's wrong?
I don't know. Have to check it out.
Well?
It looks like some sort of power surge hit the stasis pod. Sarah.
Is my brother okay?
Scott's fine. His vitals are strong, but the revival procedure was interrupted.
I don't like the sound of that.
Don't worry. It just means the process could take a bit longer than usual. Sam?
My connection to Scott's implant was suspended. However, his pulse, respiration, and brain activity are all normal.
To be on the safe side, we'll need to keep him in a low-level coma for a while. Then let his body regain consciousness naturally. He'll be fine.
Glad to hear it.
Thanks, Lexi. Keep us updated.
Ryder, I'll wait for you at the door, whenever you're ready to go.
Hi there. I'm Jan Garson, founder of the Andromeda Initiative. I'm here to welcome you to a whole new galaxy. The good news is, the hard part's over. We're here. If you have any questions now, just ask.
At present, Arc Hyperion has arrived in the Helios cluster. Further mission updates are offline due to technical difficulties. As recon specialist, you are tasked with supporting the authentication of Golden World sites through exploration, mapping, and scientific analysis. Currently, you are to report for duty on the command bridge. Your current location is Ark Hyperion, housing the human population. Ark Parchero, the Solarian vessel, confirmed departure in 2185. The Asari ship, Ark Lucinia, confirmed departure that same year, as did the Turian Ark Natanus, embarking in 2185.
Damage control team to propulsion on the double.
The selection process saw the Andromeda Initiative evaluate thousands of potential habitable planets within the galaxy. After discovering an unusually high ratio of potential candidates, or golden worlds, the Helios cluster was selected as our destination. Now you are a part of the first wave of Arks arriving in Andromeda, our new home for humanity. Once the Pathfinder team's assessment is complete, Habitat 7 has been selected as the most likely candidate for colonization. The Andromeda Initiative encompasses all colonization efforts, including Arks, Pathfinders, outposts, and the central support hub, the Nexus. The current location of the Nexus is unknown. Status of outposts are unknown.
I'm Jean Garson, founder of the initiative. I think it's important we take a moment to reflect on the principles that brought all of us together. It started with a vision of a better future. A vision that you shape. Life in Andromeda can be anything we dare to dream. And I'm proud to help make those dreams come true. Drop me a note sometime. I'd love to hear how we're doing.
The Pathfinder is responsible for exploring and assessing new worlds for outpost placement and settlement. Each Ark is led by a Pathfinder who represents their species. The active duty Pathfinder assigned to Ark Hyperion is Alec Ryder. Current duty roster shows you are assigned to the Pathfinder Mission Team, Specialist Ryder.
Okay, real quick. There we go.
It sounds amazing, doesn't it? Right up until you lose gravity.
Still in stasis. Vitals look good.
What's that? Floating?
I had a little hiccup with the gravity.
What day? When is it?
It's been 600 years. We're in Andromeda.
It worked? Wow, that works. Weird.
This one's still asleep.
How do you mean? I don't remember dreaming. 1 minute I'm in the Milky Way getting ready to sleep. Thank God nobody was in this. Engineering, this is Cryo, mate. Welcome to Andromeda.
Okay. After a 600-year voyage, the good news is we're exactly where we're supposed to be. We've arrived in the Helios cluster, Andromeda Galaxy, year 2819. All stasis medical personnel should report for duty immediately. Give the Pathfinder mission team revival priority and prep its members for field reconnaissance. Reports of an unusual celestial phenomena in the cluster are being investigated. Updates to follow. Captain Dunn.
Enjoy your nap, Ryder? Don't think I'll need sleep for the rest of my life.
Maybe another decade or two wouldn't have hurt.
Right. Talk to you later.
No.
Hey there. Hell of a wake-up call, huh? Didn't expect that first thing out of stasis.
Makes two of us. Hang in there.
Gravity loss means something tripped the generators.
Morning, Ryder. Afternoon? Or... I don't know.
I mean, fair. Hello, Traveler. Welcome to your first day in Andromeda. This is the dawn of a new era for all of us as you recover from stasis. Know you're in good hands. In a few short hours, you'll be leaving the Hyperion and joining thousands of your fellow colonists as you chase your fortunes and build the new life you've always dreamed about. It's been a long wait, but I promise you it will be worth it.
This looks
Ugh.
Suit up and get ready to go. Same here. Good to see you, Ryder. Sorry, still waiting for some coffee.
Hi, I'm here.
You ready?
That's probably not good.
Ryder could find it. She has a scanner. Quick, Ryder, use it to locate the fault. On it. I'll try to get readings on the second conduit.
Hey, get on this. I'll override
There's no
the station.
indication of a fault in this component. Relay 2C shows damage from a temperature spike.
Found it! Bad relay!
Ryder, can you go reset it?
You want me to do what? Okay.
There! It's reset!
Do it. Rerouting the torrent now.
It's working!
Good morning. Get right to work.
Good job, Ryder. Now we can get to the tram.
Call the bridge and tell Captain Dunn this won't hold for long. We're using duct tape and rubber bands here. It's liable to happen again.
Everything's fine. For now. Oh.
That was close. Barely in Andromeda and we're already scrambling. The adventure begins.
So everything was fine. 2497. About 300 years in, we had a sensor array fault. The other arcs and the Nexus weren't detected when we came out. Really nasty sensor fault.
Not sure your dad'll see it that way.
Yeah, maybe.
Go ahead and take us to the bridge.
The guy who knows it best is in stasis.
Man, I don't know that I want to be inside a tiny little tram in the middle of a station that's, Why did I fall on you? Why did I fall at all? Yeah, that's, that sounds
Control,
like...
Report. We're drifting. Flight controls aren't responding.
First priority is stopping these outages.
Mainline power's been knocked out. We're on reserves, Captain. They won't last.
What's our position?
Unknown. We lost telemetry.
Sam, we need eyes out there.
Attempting to adjust sensor array.
Alec, please. You may be Pathfinder, but this is my ship.
Captain, the protocol's clear. In the absence of communication with the Nexus or the other arcs, we proceed to our appointed Golden World. Solid ground.
If it's even out there. Nobody said anything about running into an energy cloud, and that's just a wild guess what we hit.
Yeah, it looks kind of more like...
Alec, I need to assess the damage. Stop the bleeding. We've got 20,000 people asleep on this ship. Let's give them a chance to wake up.
Can you blame her? She is the captain. I think she gets the final word.
Well, he might.
This isn't about having the final word.
Yes, sir.
We're coming through.
I have a feeling I pissed off my dad.
My God. Is that our golden world?
Oh!
That's Habitat 7. New Earth, if we're lucky.
Something bad happened to our golden world in
All of our
600
long-range
years.
scans told us it was in the green zone. Perfect for human settlement.
It doesn't even look the same.
We don't know how bad it is yet. Still seems
600
like it's our best
years does a lot.
Maybe. There's just a lot on the line.
Sam?
The energy from the phenomenon is damping our senses. Planetary conditions are unknown.
Well, time to do our job.
We're marooned. 20,000 souls adrift at sea. And when the power runs out and stays out, we need to know if that's safe harbor.
And if it's not?
As Pathfinder, it'll be my job to find an alternative. It's what we trained for. But if this goes well, we are already home.
All right, just make it quick.
Harper, the rest of the team should be awake by now. Have them spin up 2 shuttles. Planet Fallen 30.
Yes, sir.
A stubborn one, isn't he?
No one ever said Dad was a diplomat. People skills were never his strong suit.
Just as long as he knows what he's doing. It's not like the cavalry's coming to save the day. I need an ETA and our sensor repairs. We're blind out here.
My brother's going to hate that he missed this.
Are all the riders adrenaline junkies?
I guess it's in our blood. I was born a minute ahead of him. I never let him forget it.
Don't worry. I'm sure Scott will pull through.
Yeah, and when he does, he'll want to hear stories.
So, let's get out there and find him one. Right. You'll want to get your helmet. And maybe stop at the Good Luck Rock before we go.
Pathfinder team, you play a critical role in Andromeda to show us its efforts to establish a foothold. Team faces many challenges: Golden World site verification, reconnaissance and mapping of unknown territories, scientific analysis, discovery of new phenomena, potential first contact with extraterrestrials, establishing diplomatic relations, general support of settlement outposts. Big yawn.
The what?
It's an old superstition of your dad's.
In the event any member of the Pathfinder team encounters intelligent alien life, it is imperative that the first contact protocols be strictly observed. The Andromeda Initiative holds the principles of peace and cooperation among our highest ideals. Aggressive action against extraterrestrials is only permitted when hostile intent is clearly demonstrated, and Pathfinder team members are at obvious risk of injury or death. Well, that's good to know.
Hey, Ryder.
It's Kirkland, right?
Yeah, I think we met just before the Hyperion left Earth. Not sure if you know Greer.
Hi there. Your dad say anything about what's going on?
Tough to say. Sensors can't get a read on the planet.
Well, at least it keeps things interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry for making you yawn, too.
Put it to good use.
See you guys on the ride down.
No sensor coverage, huh? Be flying by the seat of our pants.
Ryder,
Hey Fisher, how's it going?
I heard a rumor from the bridge that your dad and the captain aren't seeing eye to eye on this.
Plenty of places on Earth I would deem uninhabitable, but here we are. That's
She wasn't
true.
thrilled with the idea of the expedition. My dad won her over.
I heard you weren't a big fan of it either.
It's her ship, her call.
You got guts going against the old man. The way I see it, Pathfinder team answers to the Pathfinder. Besides, your dad's the N7 here. He's got the best aim. I go wherever he goes.
I didn't realize we were already playing favorites.
Hang in there, Scott. Looks like Dad's already suited up. Better not. No bathroom breaks on this trip.
This is the captain. I still need an update on our sensor array.
Got it.
The Pathfinder is now requiring sidearms. I've opened the armaments locker.
We expecting trouble, Sam?
A precaution. Please arm yourself, Ryder.
Better
Well,
safe
I
than sorry.
got myself a pistol.
Let's get to the shuttles.
Dad's rock.
Good luck, Rock, huh?
Your dad was mountain climbing back on Earth. It caught him from falling. The way things are going today, we'll need any luck we can get.
Yeah.
Humanity has a habit of making the uninhabitable habitable, and winning friends with
With
things.
everything going on, I think the Ark needs you more than we do.
Pathfinder wants a medic on hand, and if that is home down there, I'm happy to knock on the door.
Yeah, we're just not sure what's on the other side of the door.
No problem. If it has teeth, I brought the pliers. Yank them out myself.
Eh. Cheerful man.
All right, team, button it up. We leave in 5.
Sir, we broke out the weapons as requested. Anything we should know about?
Seem prudent, given the situation. We'll be down a man with Scott out. I heard what happened. Your brother's strong. He'll make it.
He better. 600-year nap and he oversleeps.
You know him. Never was an early riser. Just don't let it get to you. I need you sharp.
Yes, sir.
Your mom would have been proud. Of both.
Man's got a hell of a Cupid's bow.
Okay, team, listen up. I chose each of you for the Pathfinder team, not just because you're talented and passionate, but because you're dreamers, like me. We dream of exploring the unknown, of finding the edge of the map, and then discovering what lies beyond. When people look back on this, and they will, they'll remember we didn't give up. That we kept dreaming, that our first few faltering steps in Andromeda were the beginning of everything they know. We only get one chance to be first.
That's what I've heard it
Let's
called.
go make history.
It might be a colloquialism from my neck of the woods.
Been waiting 600 years for this.
Archive area, this is Shuttle 1. Switching to manual guidance.
Shuttle 2, taking your lead.
Good luck, Pathfinder team.
Turning to Vector 135.
Copy that. You're on point.
Wow, will you look at that?
Whatever it is, it stopped the Hyperion in its tracks.
Showed up on Google, so it's probably reasonably popular. Fair enough.
If you say so.
Steer clear of it.
Getting some chop here.
Gravity anomalies detected.
See if I can even it out. My stomach would appreciate that. We're clear. Accelerating to cruising speed. Ryder, we didn't have a chance to meet back in the Milky Way. Name's Liam Costa, Security and Response Specialist.
Good to meet you, Liam.
Hard to believe we're finally doing this.
Sure beats reading the brochures.
Beginning our deceleration. Planet's dead ahead.
Don't really like that turn of phrase, dead ahead.
Hang on. Initiating atmospheric entry. Here we go. The flight guidance will scramble.
Copy that. Doesn't look like a golden world from here.
Ionization levels are rising.
Stay on course to the landing zone.
Oxygen levels are below minimum human requirements.
Is this the right planet? We had this all worked out.
Keep it tight, Shuttle 2.
The mountains are floating.
That doesn't look like a mountain.
Hyperion, this is the Pathfinder. We've got evidence of an alien civilization.
Has anyone seen us?
What if they're not friendly?
We stick to contact protocol. No use of deadly force unless hostile intent is clear.
Lightning strike! We lost control! Shuttle 2 declaring an emergency! I've got a fire! I'm going down!
Acceleration increasing.
No kidding!
Your jump jet is malfunctioning.
Get it working!
Approaching terminal velocity.
Okay.
Sam!
Rough landing, but at least I landed. Oh shit. Whoa. I mean, imagine what would have happened if I hadn't have touched the lucky rock.
Hyperion! Sam! Anyone there?
Save your breath, Ryder. Sam's offline. Comlink's trashed. I'm surprised we aren't too.
Did the others make it?
I don't know. It was all a blur. Shuttle split in two. This is like some nightmare.
Yeah. No way this is home.
What happened here?
Looks like we're gonna find some high ground. See if anyone else is alive. Come on.
Hi.
Ryder, how's your survival training?
I've seen my share of troubles. Nothing crazy, but...
Possibly carnivorous?
Those rocks out there are floating.
Terra Incognita.
Some of these plants look like tentacles. Is the water here even water?
Oh my gosh.
Those structures we saw on the way in? Who could survive in a place like this?
Not sure we want to find out. No fixing this. Must have broken on impact.
Explains why we lost our SAM connection.
Oh, and safety tip? Don't breathe the air. Found that out the hard way.
Got it.
Okay, I gotta say, I am.
The energy cloud we saw could cause all this.
Sam said it's dark energy, but that's in space.
Yeah, hell of a cloud.
A cloud that makes boulders float.
I love the scanning aspect. It kind of makes me super happy.
What the hell is this?
Come on! We gotta get through it!
This is crazy!
Welcome to Habitat 7! Keep moving! Damn it!
Shit, that hurt! real? What the hell's going on with this place?
Planet's trying to murder us.
The planet's trying to murder us. Oh, that's so cool. Once you have your uplink to Sam restored, scanning will tell you a lot more.
Something flying around in the sky.
Oh, wow.
We're not
Too far away.
Anymore.
Malfunctioning. Oh, good. Ouch.
There! We get up that cliff, we find high ground. Come on!
Not sure we want to be the tallest thing around here.
How do I open you? Nope, that's that. Nope, that's jump. Okay. How do I put this away? How do I put this away?
I think I can see a path up. We'll use the jump jets if we have to.
Into the breach!
Think I'd rather fall than get hit by lightning.
Give it a minute. We can probably do both.
Yay!
How'd my dad find you?
I was a cop, then crisis response.
Yeah?
Tell you over a beer sometime.
This is going to be close.
Oh.
That's it. We're getting there.
Oh.
Think I see the top.
Mind making some room? Thanks. What the hell is that?
That doesn't look healthy.
Don't know, but it's our job to figure it out.
That sounds like your old
Did he
man.
seriously hit on you while you're running for your lives?
Something went wrong
Probably.
here. We have to find out what.
One thing at a time. Ryder, it's Fisher.
Wait, look.
Holy shit! What was first contact protocol again?
No deadly force unless fired upon.
Yeah, said no one in the field ever. How do we handle it?
Just be ready if this goes south.
It usually does. Just say the word and I go hot.
They haven't spotted us yet.
Not shoot it! He sees us.
We can't understand you! Give us our man, or this gets ugly!
Go, son! What's the other guy doing? Shit, they're beating him. Turn around! Turn around! Shit, this just got real!
They shot first.
It's over!
Fisher, you okay? Those bastards wanted to kill me. I had to wait in, Ryder. They didn't give us a choice.
I didn't want to make it worse. The first aliens we meet and we try to kill each other, that wasn't the plan.
Then we need a new one. Yeah, at least we know it's what. The brochures were light on aliens who want to shoot your head off. We still don't even know what they wanted. The way they treated you? Blood samples, I'd say. Lots of them.
Who says we'd even understand? Or they'd understand us? It's a new galaxy. I guess it's too much to expect they'll play by Milky Way rules.
They broke the rules in any galaxy. But why go after us like that? Only thing I know for sure, their guns hit just as hard as ours. Where are the others? Gone. Kirkland and Greer went looking for help.
Come on.
Ah, my leg!
Can you move?
I think it's broken. You guys push ahead and look for the others.
You sure?
Yeah. Just find us a ride out of here. And take a few more of them out while you're at it.
I'd prefer not to have to.
Take a look at these bodies. What are these things?
Well, I don't have Sam here, but I can try to make sense of it. They're DNA-based, and their armor reads as some kind of bone, but the genetics are all over the map.
Ah, I guess life took a different turn here, huh? I hope the other team's okay.
We'll find them, but we might want to scout around first.
You're the recon specialist. Point in the way.
Right.
Looks like you knew how to handle a gun back there.
Spent time with an Alliance peacekeeping force.
Ooh. My sweetheart of a gun, I can get her back. Oh, Widow, my beloved. Oh, good. Ah! You can even get N7 armor if you choose. Oh, that's cool. I mean, granted, if I have to loot it off the body of my father, that's not so great. Gunfire.
Is that Kirkland?
Please, I surrender. I said I surrender.
They shot him.
Take them out!
Right behind you. They want to fight. We'll give it to them.
Oh. Might help if you reload, you dingus.
I got one left to go. That's the last of them.
Ugh, my
We're
health.
doing this.
Did Kirkland make it?
Kirkland. Our buddy.
No vital signs. Just shot him in cold blood.
He was trying to surrender. Why kill him?
Because they couldn't understand
If
us.
they showed up on Earth, armed to the teeth,
Maybe not.
peace isn't going to be an option here.
Aw. Poor friend.
We'll come back for his body once we find the others.
Huh. Okay.
Hope Greer's still alive somewhere. Still, take a look at this architecture. This is really something.
Okay, now this is weird. Even with these readings, I have no idea what it does.
It's part
Just imagine
Xenon.
that invented it.
If that's even possible. Evolution's separated from ours by 2 million light years.
Spooky when you put it that way.
I mean, I think I have an idea.
I've seen Prothean artifacts in my time, but nothing quite like this. It's at least 3 or 4 centuries old.
The Arks left 600 years ago, right?
Yeah, our long-range scans wouldn't have shown this. These structures, that tower. Maybe none of it was here when we left the Milky Way.
What?
You hear that?
I wish I didn't.
Oh, what the fuck are you?
Hey, watch out! What is this thing?
I think it wants to eat us.
Okay, it's dead.
Whatever it was, it's organic. No sign of technology.
Wow, so the cloaking is biological?
Yeah, weird.
Game is long as fuck. You might want to play it offsides as well, unless you want to be on it forever. Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind. I might ask you what sorts of stuff is good to play offsides afterwards.
Hey, look, flare's going up over there.
Could be our people. I'll mark the nav point.
Could be our people, could be their people, could be... God.
What do you suppose is down there?
New and painful ways to die?
Maybe we could jump jet our way across.
Oh, whoa.
Is that sound coming from below?
Alien gods of the underworld?
Don't say that.
I think it's machinery. You can feel the vibration.
God, the scale of this. Who built it?
Alien gods.
Let's go this way. Huh. Cool. I got no idea what it does. But I might eventually.
Wonder what's in here.
Death, destruction. The tears of my enemies!
What the... Did you see that?
Some kind of flying thing.
Added to the list of stuff around here we don't understand.
What the fuck? I'm sorry. I didn't sign up for... Oh god, what are those things? Sentience? They're very visually reminiscent of a creature from Warframe. Cool. I was too slow on the draw. I could have scanned that. I was too busy panicking about the fact that it wanted to kill me. Or that it was mad I existed. Because it actually went away. It didn't try to kill me. It could have. Quite readily, actually. That was an unidentified flying object. You are correct. Friend, would you stop show? I don't. I hate it. I 100% hate it. There is no part of me that does not hate that. Wait. Okay. Oh good, incendiary ammo. Oh, please. I hate it. I almost overshot that by a lot. Wait. Did I just... Oh god, I did. I just hop-skipped my way back here. It's like something's terraforming.
Ryder, more of those aliens ahead.
They see us!
Here we go!
No one signed up for you two.
Look out! They're using those animals!
Careful! They're cloaking!
This is for Kirkland!
You hanging in there?
Don't worry about me!
He might have taken care of the other one. Nope.
That did it! Oh, you're pretty good at this, Ryder.
I was with a team that dug up Prothean artifacts.
Well, this will be a field day for you.
I wonder what these guys were doing here.
Crash of some kind. It's not one of our ships.
Oh. Maybe that's why they're so aggressive. Maybe they think we're what's behind what took them out. Oh.
It's food, I think.
Can't be local. Not growing anything on this planet.
So maybe they're bringing it in from off-world?
One
More
moment.
of them in the cluster? Not loving that.
Okay. Well, that's actually a fair point. It's about halfway through. So we will take a short break. I would love to be able to save, but unfortunately I can't. Because it's a priority mission. Hooray. So we'll go to BRB, and we'll be back in 5-ish minutes. Thanks for reminding me to take a break. If you guys need to stretch, get up, get a snack, get water, get anything else you use to hydrate with, now's your chance. Hello, I'm back. Hopefully you have your beverages and snacks and other things. Have you never seen this one before, Rob? Thank you very kindly. It's actually my alternate form. How are you doing, by the by? Decompressing after rehearsal. How goes this? I played the main trilogy but never got around to Andromeda. I'm not very far in, truthfully. As you can see, I'm still level 1. I am still, I would consider, within tutorial territory. I've never played it before. This is my first time playing it. Oh dear. I will look through all of that later. I thought it would be short, but no. But yes, this is what it looks like if you're curious. There are floating things. And things that want to kill me.
Ryder, some sort of cave over there.
Whoa.
Check that out.
Now this looks more like the golden world my dad was expecting.
Then the long-range scans were right? This could have been home?
If it's anything like plants back in the Milky Way, there are signs of cellular mutation.
It's lasted this long. Guess that makes it the Alpha Tree, huh?
Yeah. What happened to all its friends outside? Dead animal in here, and some sort of trap. Pretty recent, too.
Suppose those aliens set it?
If they did, they don't play nice with anyone.
Or maybe they're starving.
Oh. Delightful, I'm back in this area. I mean, it's entirely possible I would have not looked at it. Yeah? The thing is this was supposed to be what they call a golden world in Andromeda terminology. Something that was beautiful and gorgeous for human habitation. But somehow in the 600 years since we took our initial scans,
A path up on the left.
and us getting here, it has turned into this. The air is no longer even suitable for human.
Yeah, radio static. But like a pattern.
Hey, we didn't ruin this.
Careful there.
This is not our fault. For once. Whew.
That static's getting louder.
It's this way. Ish. You know, I'm literally just sort of waiting.
When it's causing that, it's a lot closer.
What do you want? No, you go, Rickhead. I don't understand you. I'm from the Milky Way.
It's great. They got it.
We come in peace. We need help.
Whoop. As I have said, they started shooting at us first. I made sure to not fire until they shot at us.
We're clear. Thank God. I was tapping my mic, hoping someone would notice.
You okay?
Yeah. Where are the others?
They killed Kirkland. But Fisher's alive back at the crash site.
He's got a broken leg. Needs help.
I'll check around for supplies. Then head back.
Stay put when you get there. We'll look for my dad's shuttle.
Good luck. Can't wait to get off this rock.
Unknown means justified lethal force. We were supposed to come in peacefully and all of that jazz, but oh God. Okay. Yeah, they shot first. Hey. We apparently have a prime directive, yes.
Some sort of structure up that hill.
This place is taking a beating from the storms.
Along with everything else on this planet.
God. The reason why we packed our guns was because... Oh gosh. We came out of hypersleep and then things...
Well, let's hope no one's home.
Doesn't look like a home at all.
Things immediately went south because we ran into something. And the planet wasn't even what we were expecting.
Yeah, no one's living here.
So what's it for?
Doesn't look like the other structures we've seen. Different design. Must be a way to get some lights on.
If they start shooting first, then it's kind of hard to communicate and set up a dialogue. When, like, they literally killed one of our people for, well, saying, I surrender, you know, please don't kill me. Just gonna...
What's all this about?
Just gonna lay that one out there.
Nothing. Same language as those aliens. Wonder what he's saying.
Kill all humans, probably?
Oh, shut up. That's not what he's saying.
No power. It's a weird alien machine.
Huh, figures.
Only one way to find out.
You mean turn it on? That can't be good.
Didn't do it.
Oh.
So the weird alien machine is a generator.
Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't it be?
Maybe it did something. Whoa! Guess the circuit overloaded.
Even the equipment's out to get us.
Buddy.
Crap!
I made it mad. Yeah, it was decidedly looking for
Hey, that door opened.
nom noms.
Some kind of research lab?
Maybe. Then it got hit by a tornado.
Not exactly poetry, is it?
You're right. I don't think I scanned everything in this room.
Huh. Who knows? Let's call it a weird alien machine.
A weird alien.
Sam right about now.
We're the Pathfinder team. This is our job. God. I didn't sign up for that. Also, since Kmoxie's playing Alien Isolation, you should totally get her to put that on her channel. Let's share the pain.
Weird. You hear that?
Looks like they were trying to tunnel in.
Don't think it turned out so well.
I mean, I've...
Watch it!
What is it?
This?
I've found 3 members of my team.
There.
So now killer robots too?
The Geth back home would love this place.
Yeah, now we have killer robots.
It's fried. Could be a console of some sort. For that door? Doesn't say much, other than it's not organic. His wounds look like they're from an energy blast. Might have tangled with our robot friend there.
What were they doing?
And the whole time, I personally have been attempting to keep in...
Any theories, recon specialist?
Some kind of technology on this planet. Something these aliens are interested in.
Like archaeologists?
Yeah. Bloodthirsty archaeologists.
We're not on a peacekeeping mission.
So crappy.
We're here to assess whether or not this planet is suitable for human life, which so far...
Oh, damn!
They got a lightning rod up and running. Are these things stalking us?
Starting to feel like it!
This is not how I go out.
I don't think they're listening!
There. Last one's down.
I've been polite. And I have attempted to try to deflect it with humor and such like. But can the moralizing stop, please? It's actually starting to get to me a little bit. I didn't write this story. I didn't choose to do the thing. I mean, I am choosing to do the things, but I'm trying to say that I'm attempting to make the best of the situation, given the situation at hand, and it feels like people were dogpiling on me for not trying to do better. And that's not a very comfortable feeling. I appreciate the apology, and I'm sorry for bringing down the mood. But I had to say something.
Let's not wait around for more.
Oops. That's the wrong button. Let's go get hit by lightning. That should be a suitable end to this shitty day for everyone. It's okay, and I understand that by playing along, a lot of people get that, you know, vibe.
Anyone there? Cora, we read you. You're alive. Shuttle repairs are underway, but we're surrounded. They're not friendly. On our way. Nav point marked.
But it's oftentimes my way of dealing with uncomfortable situations, which isn't exactly something everyone knows about me. Oh wait, that's mine. No? Damn.
Cora, we got your back.
They're trying to pin us down. Doing a good job of it, too.
Ryder, light him up.
I'm on it. Pick your targets. Plenty of those.
I got one!
I mean, it was pretty respectable. Unless there's something we missed.
Careful, they fight dirty.
Harry, you guys okay?
Not dead yet!
Since when do rocks float? Just go with it!
Man, these guys know how to fight.
Damn shrapnel!
Well, that settled that.
Cavalry to the rescue. Nice to see you guys.
You too, Harry. How is everyone?
Still in one piece. You got here just in time.
Yeah, level up.
Where's my dad?
He went scouting ahead while we fixed the shuttle. Ryder, there's weapons and ammo at the shuttle. Stock up.
Did these things try talking to you at all?
Barely a word. Then started shooting. What about you?
We tried being nice. They didn't play along.
Oh.
Ah, hell! Enemy ship on the way!
Get to cover! Go! Go!
Here they come!
They got balls to try an airdrop.
Don't let up!
Ha! Lightning zapped their shuttle!
Damn, they won't let up. Heads up! Another shuttle incoming!
In this weather?
Guess we got their attention.
Are those dogs? I wish. They've got some weird cloaking ability. You're shitting me!
Ooh, there's a big boy in there.
I'm here!
Still alive!
Here!
Present!
I can't get a beat on those things!
There's too many
Got him. Ooh. Played through, I believe, all 3 of the Mass Effects with some variant of the Widow. So this is old school territory. I love playing with sniper rifles. You gonna pop your head out at all? Good, good, good.
Liam, enough.
Right. It's just these assholes kill Kirkland.
I hear you, but this isn't the time to lose our cool.
Now I feel better.
No,
about
you
the
don't.
others? Fisher's wounded, but sitting tight. Greer's with him, though our shuttle's in pieces.
Guys,
She's been hit.
Take cover! Take cover! Hang on. Ugh.
Ooh.
I didn't know you were biotic.
Don't worry, it's not contagious.
before they attacked, I managed to fix our comms.
You're a lifesaver. Now just take it easy.
Sam, are you there?
QEC link established. Affirmative, Sarah. The Pathfinder needs to speak with you.
Good to see you in one piece. What's our status?
Liam and I are with Cora.
We have wounded crew. The good news is our shuttle's been repaired. We can get back to the Ark.
Not with these storms. It's too risky to fly.
Our wounded can't wait much longer. Do you have something in mind?
If the storm is the problem, then let's solve the problem.
We're talking about weather.
And I have an idea about that. Rendezvous with my coordinates will... Damn, they spotted me.
Sir? Sir! Can you two manage alone?
I can keep her stable. For a while.
Let's move. Sam, do you have the Pathfinder's position?
Marking the nav point on your map.
Doesn't look far. Let's make this quick. We have to get there before the storm hits. No detours.
What was my dad scouting for?
He was trying to get readings on that tower.
Well, the nav point puts him near it.
Exercise caution. The storm front is already gaining intensity.
Nice to have you back, Sam. How about some good news next time?
Yeah, I also like shotguns. Sorry for the lack of interaction.
Ryder, your dad was in trouble. We have to find him.
Yes, I am aware. I'm looking for a path.
We're gonna find the Pathfinder. Like, right now.
I am looking for a path. Love the jump jets, gotta say. Good bit of traversal, that.
Sam's right. We don't have much time.
Nope! Well, that was mildly horrifying. Clearly, I went about that the wrong way. Oh, jet lag. Dang. Well, good luck with your friend tomorrow.
Look, the rot. They're drawing the lightning away.
Ow.
Hug that wall. They might keep us safe.
Yeah. Jet lag is not fun.
Dead bodies here. Lightning didn't do this. Incendiary rounds. My dad's been busy.
He was an N7. They don't mess around.
Everything's been scanned. But yes, definitely have a good night. Oh yeah, it'll be great, I'm sure.
Somebody was pretty clever with these rods. Only way to survive here.
2, if you count shooting on sight.
Ooh. Ouch.
Close. The nav point shows my dad's up there.
Ouch. Ouch. Gosh, I wish. Hey, Daddy, what you doing?
Sir.
Stay low.
Oh dear.
Visitors, just like us. I don't think they're native to the planet.
They're not. We found an abandoned lab, like they've been studying the place.
Good work. You actually did some scouting.
Wouldn't be much of a recon specialist if I didn't.
Well, you're off to a good start.
Baptism by fire.
Sir, you said you had an idea about the weather?
It's the dark energy cloud the Hyperion hit. It's affecting the whole planet. Interfering with that.
The tower is caught in a feedback loop with the cloud. Together they're disrupting the entire climate with undirected energy.
It would explain a cave we found. Plant life sheltered from the storm. From that tower.
It's a good bet. And I think if we can get in there and shut the tower down,
the lightning goes away.
And the shuttle can get us out of here, in theory. We just have to get past them.
We're banking on science we don't really understand. What if the theory's wrong?
The alternative is an 85% chance of death from lightning strike, capture, or worse.
Well, when you put it that way.
No illusions about this. It'll be a nasty fight the whole way.
Beats getting fried by lightning, but we risk turning a skirmish with these guys into something worse.
It's them or us.
Oh, it's them. Problem is, we're outnumbered.
I've been working on that. We just need to change the math.
Works for me.
It helps. Yeah, what is the real alternative here?
Behind you. Push ahead to the structure. Sam, load combat profile.
Here they come!
Now we've got their attention.
Watch the lightning!
Get into that building. We don't want
Let's see. Rob went to bed, found my dad. We are storming the castle. Woo! Wrong.
They're coming out of the woodwork.
Keep things tight, don't get separated.
Sarah, get moving.
Oh yeah. Enjoy food.
Sam, biotic amp interface mode.
I'm here.
Keep the momentum up. Don't let him get the drop on you.
Have to keep an eye on our flank.
Not if we keep moving forward. Don't let him catch us. Keep up.
How's your dad doing all of this? He's like a machine.
No idea, but it's working.
Ready? Let's get inside there.
I've been there. Sam, give me engineer profile.
Sir, where are you getting these profiles?
Little help from Sam.
What does that mean?
Just focus on the fight.
The storm's getting worse.
We'll lose our chance if we don't beat it. Come on!
Bastard almost got me.
Give it right back to him.
Watch that crossfire from above.
The storm just took one of them out.
Hell yeah! Lightning's finally on our side.
Until it's not.
Don't let him pin you down! You can do this. Stick with me. We're almost there. This looks like a control center. Keep him off my back.
You heard him.
We made it. In one piece.
Not over yet. I need to get through that door over there.
What now?
I need to decipher the language.
There's more coming up.
What's the plan here? They'll surround us in no time.
We need to defend both sides or they'll flank us.
Where do you want us? got it!
Right!
Watch it! Think I see movement!
We held them off at the shuttle. We can do it again. A lot of people still counting on us.
I'm just getting warmed up.
They mean business. Keep them off your dad.
Analyzing possible inputs. 25% decrypted.
Hurry, we don't have long.
Oh, both sides. Can't let them slip through.
What is this place anyway?
I don't know, but they sure want it back.
Well,
50% decrypted. It's an unusually complicated syntax.
I can see that. Try a recursive search.
I will need a moment to evaluate the pattern.
We only have a moment. Do it.
I think I really pissed that one off. Maybe because I shot him in the face.
Sir, any progress?
Decryption is 75% complete.
We've almost got it.
Just a little longer. They're falling back.
Could be regrouping for another push. Stay sharp.
Decryption complete.
That did it. It's a security override. I'll try to open the door from here. Ah, damn, it's jammed. I need to take a look at it. Sarah, I need your help over here.
Go, it's okay. We'll keep a lookout.
We need to get this door open.
On it.
Put your back into it.
You really think we can shut this thing down?
I don't know yet. Sam's decoded part of the language. Now we'll see if I can have a conversation.
Who do you plan on talking to?
More like what? I think it's automated. Come on. These are the moments that make it all worthwhile. Sam, begin translating.
A moment. Indexing. Translation complete.
Let's see what we have.
Really pretty.
I'll be damned. It's working. We did it.
There's hope at least.
That's all anyone back on the Ark is looking for. Hope it'll work out.
Well, not if we stand around looking at sunsets. Let's get back to the shuttle and...
Oh, no.
Repeat, we need an emergency extraction now.
They're spinning up the shuttle. ETA is 3, maybe 4 minutes.
No, my dad.
Initiating transfer.
Oh no.
Move! She's going into cardiac arrest.
Pulse is weakening. Tell the ARC to prep medbay. Come on! Pulse dropping. We're losing.
It's a seizure. Her brain can't handle the connection. Get her to Sam node. Sam, what's the reading?
Ryder's implant is overloading. I suggest a hardwire connection.
Do it.
There!
Welcome back, Sarah.
What happened?
You were clinically dead for 22 seconds.
Did the rest of the team make it?
Hey, you're still with us. Guys, get to Sam node. Ryder's awake. Who are you talking to?
Sam.
I didn't hear him.
You're up. Look here. And here.
My father. Where?
It was your life or his. And he chose you.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry, Sarah. I know this must be a blow.
I can't believe he's gone. 1 minute, everything was fine, and then...
I know he could be distant, but he once said that when his time came, he wanted to go out among stars no one had seen before.
What are we doing in Sam node?
Sam is now part of you, in a way we don't entirely understand. It played havoc with your brain.
Sam?
Your father authorized the transfer of Pathfinder authority to you.
Shouldn't that be Cora?
In theory. In reality, you're the new Pathfinder, Sarah.
Whoa. Well, if that's how it has to be.
Don't sell yourself short. I think you can do it.
Cora?
It's what he wanted. I won't stand in the way. But being Pathfinder is a serious job. You sure you're ready for this?
I'm sure there's a lot I don't know. But I'll figure it out.
If it helps, you've got me to lean on.
It's all academic anyway. Sam's linked to your mind on a deeper level now. Trying to untangle it could kill you. I know this is tough, but we need to start thinking about the next step. A lot of people are counting on us.
Is the Ark still drifting?
That's the thing. Whatever your dad did with that tower, it saved the day. Some sort of atmosphere scrubber.
The energy cloud thinned out. We're on our way to the rally point now. Should be at the Nexus soon. She needs to rest first. She has 2 hours. We'll need our Pathfinder for this.
Oh, I checked on your brother. Still no change. But if you can pull through, so can he. A bit of your dad in both of you.
Your father will be missed.
What's going on, Sam?
This is our private channel. I shared it with him.
Why did he do it? Why me?
Unknown, but he never acted without reason. Alec wouldn't want us to lose sight of the goal. He said pain emboldens our resolve. He'd insist we grow stronger from his passing.
I mean, that's almost sweet. Well, that's no good either.
Ryder, good to see you on your feet. We're at the Nexus. It's the forward hub for the entire Andromeda Initiative. The Asari, Solarian,
Looks
and
like
Turian
not.
will be there too.
Let's hope
I
they've
don't
had
know.
better luck.
Hard to say.
Starting our approach now.
It's almost as big as the Citadel back home.
Nexus Control, this is Arc Hyperion requesting docking clearance. Captain, I'm only getting their automated approach channel, not a live person.
It doesn't
Well,
look
it
like
or
the
not,
Nexus
we're
is
here.
finished.
Take us in.
It looks incomplete.
Construction should have been finished by now.
Could be worse.
How? Habitat 7's a bust. We might have started a war with the first aliens we met, and our Pathfinder's dead. This better be rock bottom.
Green across the board. Docking initiated.
All right. I got us here. Good luck, Pathfinder.
You gonna be okay, Ryder?
The captain just called me Pathfinder. This is really happening.
Just take a deep breath.
I still can't believe Dad's dead. This should have been his moment.
But now it's yours. You just need to decide what you're gonna do with it.
Where do I start? I'm just not sure I'm ready.
We weren't ready to fall out of the sky on Habitat 7, but we survived that.
Right?
Wants to see a full duty
So,
roster.
always keep a jump jet handy.
Just updated the charts.
She'll want to see crew reassignments first. Start with non-essential personnel.
Okay, folks. This is what we've been waiting for.
Poor girl. I mean, the ship looks much better the second time through. Nothing's sparking horribly this time.
It'll be nice to see some friendly faces this time.
The Nexus runs a support crew, just enough to finish building the station and provide safe harbor for the Arks.
It means we can start waking our people up.
They built a bar, right? Gotta have champagne for the welcome party.
You're expecting one.
After what we've been through, I could use a buzz.
We all could.
Yeah. Rough ride so far.
We'll bounce back. Real food and a shower are just ahead.
Uh-huh. We're really sure about that, aren't we? I don't think we should be.
I don't see any champagne.
Where is everybody?
Hi, Avina.
It's like everything's on standby.
Welcome to the Nexus, gateway to Andromeda. I'm Avina, a virtual intelligence designed to assist you with immigration.
Can you tell us where the welcome party is hiding?
I'm sorry, my code is limited to information and simple interaction simulations. Please select from the following pre-programmed responses.
What year is it?
The current year is 2819. After spending over 600 years in stasis, it's normal to feel disoriented or confused upon arrival. Our helpful medical staff can assist with any physical or
I also admire their optimism.
Well, she's got the date right, at least.
So where is everyone? What is the Nexus?
The Nexus serves as the central hub for the Andromeda Initiative's colonization efforts. It is the first destination for all colonists upon their arrival in the new galaxy. Please enjoy the many venues the Nexus has to offer. As the station expands, it will one day serve as the seat of government for Milky Way colonists. Providing a safe, stable, and prosperous environment is our primary goal.
Not from the looks of it.
What can you tell me about the Andromeda Galaxy?
Here in Andromeda, you are over 2 million light-years away from the Milky Way galaxy. This is the furthest any life form has ever traveled outside our home system, making you a brave pioneer indeed. The Nexus itself is located in a region known as the Helios Cluster. Here, you and thousands of your fellow colonists will fulfill your dreams of settling a new home. Fortune awaits.
How does the immigration process work?
We ask that you submit to a brief medical exam to ensure your health and well-being after making such a long journey. Once you've been cleared, our colonization experts will assist you in finding your new home. Please be mindful of the queue. Thousands of eager colonists like you are waiting to begin their new life in Andromeda.
Where? Place is deserted.
Where do colonists live?
Once you've cleared immigration, our helpful staff will assist you in choosing the home world of your dreams. Will it be the tropical paradise of Habitat 7, the gentle rolling hills of Habitat 3, or perhaps the mysterious twilight world of Habitat 5? Whichever you choose, rest assured our Pathfinders have carefully vetted all colony worlds to ensure your security and prosperity.
Oh boy.
Habitat 7? That's where we landed. She's way out of date.
That's all.
It has been my pleasure. Please see one of our helpful immigration staff for further assistance. And welcome to your new home in Andromeda, where the brightest star is you. Current wait time for immigration processing is unknown error.
Right. That was helpful.
I mean, it gave us a bit of information.
Plants are still alive.
That's a good thing.
It's like they didn't finish building it.
I don't think they did.
Hello? There's a guy. Maybe he's got champagne.
Hi there. We're from Ark Hyperion, and wondering where everybody went.
Did he hear you?
Did you say an arc?
Yeah, we just got in.
And for what it's worth, your VI over there could use an update.
But we thought you were all dead.
What?
Or captured, or lost in dark space, or... But you're here. You have no idea how much this means.
I don't believe it. I'm Tyrion Kandros. I lead our militia on the Nexus.
I'm Sarah Ryder. This is Cora Harper and Liam Costa, part of the Pathfinder team.
I'm sorry for the confusion. Our sensors told us an Ark had arrived, but Helios is notorious for scrambling equipment. We thought you were just another malfunction.
But aren't you expecting us?
You're the first Ark we've seen. After a year of waiting and no sign of the others, we shuttered this area and stopped looking.
You've been stranded for a whole year?
Longer. I'll fill you in on the way to Op Center.
Ooh.
Everything that could go wrong with our plan has. We arrived 14 months ago. Right away, we hit a band of dark energy that knocked us off course.
We're familiar with it.
Then you'll know why we call it the Scourge. We lost whole sections of the station. A lot of people died. No power, no food. The chaos went on for months. It finally led to armed rebellion. When order was restored, the insurgents were banished. Exiles, we call them.
Are things back to normal?
Not even
Whoops.
close. But you're here now, so maybe the worst is over.
No word from the other Pathfinders?
No word from anyone, period.
Any threats from the locals?
So far, we've stayed hidden. We're in no shape to deal with an attack.
We had a first contact situation on Habitat 7. Whole thing went south. They tried to kill us.
That wasn't first contact. We're here.
Oh,
You guys
good.
go ahead. I'll check out the security situation.
You should know our command structure has been fractured. Some of us are filling in for leaders who died.
Is it true?
They said drop everything and report for duty.
And no one was expecting an Ark to finally show up.
Docking procedures agreeing across the board.
Stand by to merge Hyperion power into the grid.
The crew of the Hyperion.
Good luck.
I'm Jaren Tan, director of the initiative. You have no idea how much your arrival means to us.
We've heard about what happened, and we're ready to help.
We could use any supplies you have. Food, water, we're short on everything.
This is Foster Addison. She oversees colonial affairs. Where's the Pathfinder?
You're looking at her.
You're not Alec Ryder.
My father's dead. He made me his successor.
Alec is dead.
Do I recognize
Please
the Turian's name?
The entire initiative is at risk. None of the Golden Worlds panned out.
I
They're a
didn't
bust,
know.
And there's been no word from the other arcs.
What happened to them?
Unknown. Our supplies are nearly depleted. Rationing bought us some time, but even that's running out.
We need to find more resources. But that takes people.
Nyreen was Arya.
Until they
Nyreen
have somewhere to live.
Kandros.
A golden world.
Now more than ever, we need a Pathfinder.
It now falls to you, Ryder. Are you up to the task?
Huh.
My dad knew what it meant to be Pathfinder. He wouldn't pick me if he thought I wasn't.
Your father won't be around to fix things if you fail.
That's no way to treat a guest.
Oh, hello.
I'm Nak Morkesh, superintendent of this station. Hope they haven't scared you off already.
It's nothing personal, but now isn't the time for on-the-job training.
At least the Pathfinder here seems willing to try. We could use a fresh perspective.
Why are
You've
they
heard my
so
concerns.
upset?
I'll leave you to it.
It's not like we chose to have the Pathfinder die.
We're all feeling the pressure. Let's have a private word in my office, Ryder. We'll discuss giving you a scout ship. I'm happy to work out the details with your associate.
Welcome to the Nexus.
Thank you for standing up for me there.
hope's in short supply here. What little we can find should have a chance.
Ma'am, the Hyperion's core is now online.
Let me show you something. An hour ago, that was all dark. But with the power from your ship, you're keeping the lights on. You have my vote.
And when the power runs out?
You'd best go talk to Director Tan. Make sure that doesn't happen. And don't be shy. Come see me when you have a chance.
Oh my god. Welcome to the Citadel. Yeah. Oh, I can scan things here?
Power couplers, more power relays. Excellent. What? Girl Scout cookies.
This is Nexus Control to Hyperion. It's good to have you here.
It's good to be here.
Excellent. Let's go over the docking checklist, shall we?
What we want to know. What choice do we have? How the hell should I know? Spender, you have a job. If you want to keep it, do it. God damn. All right, what happened?
To who?
To whom? And your goddamn father. Sorry, my face is tired from dealing with everything. And right now, I just want to know what happened with Alec.
In the moment, it saved my life. But it seems my father meant for me to get the role, eventually.
It isn't hereditary. If we wanted an inbred monarchy, we could have left half our gene stock back home. Not home. The Milky Way. This is home. This mess. We don't have a lot of options, Ryder. Maybe you'll prove your father right. After 14 months of failed colonization, forgive me if I don't hold my breath.
There's also this strange technology. Has anyone studied that?
We've tried. Not me. The brains in research.
Do we need to scan
They're supposed to know
everything,
their
Redeem?
business.
I mean, I might
The
add
current
one.
Excuse? The tech we dug up on Mars was more advanced, but it was plug and go. The tech here thinks different? I don't know. We've mostly avoided it. And from what the Hyperion logs say about Alec, maybe that's good.
How do you fit into the Nexus leadership?
I oversee the actual settlement effort. As the number of outposts is currently less than ideal, my influence is limited. As Tan is quick to remind me. Left a perfectly adequate career as a chief officer. Provincial capital, too. Only a new galaxy could pull me away. And here we are, idling.
You've had no colony successes in over a year? How many tries is that?
Less than you'd think. The Scourge, spoiled worlds, exiles, hostiles. We can't just plop down an outpost and expect picket fences. We need the Pathfinder and Sam to scout, evaluate, and inspire. The initiative promised a goal. Andromeda has not cooperated.
And if it had?
Beautiful utopian horseshit. Colonies that produce and support each other. The Nexus as Citadel. Not headed by Tan. Or even me.
There must be some kind of plan for encountering hostile aliens. We can't have been that naive.
We expected life, not an enemy that refuses to talk. They don't attack, they disinfect. We're nothing until we're bacteria. Sorry, 14 months and you stoop to poetry. That's how bad it is. Not sure who started it, but we're calling them Ket. Kandros will know more. Maybe too much.
You don't trust him?
I trust him to defend us. I do not trust a rising military influence in a supposedly civilian initiative. We came here to make history, Ryder, not repeat it. Ugh, goddamn poetry.
You called my father Alec. No one does that.
A lot of us joined the initiative because of his vision. What he shared of it, anyway.
Were you friends, or...?
I'm not your new mother, if that's what you're asking. Or his friend. He hated that I didn't use his title. But no one's a Pathfinder until they've path-found something. Much like a colonial director without colonies.
Excuse me, Director Addison.
Ryder?
It's Pathfinder.
Ryder, we're starving here. If we don't get a foundation of outposts to feed the initiative, we might as well be 600 years dead. Alec promised a lot. None of it panned out. That's what you're up against. Why people won't trust you. Why I don't trust you. Prove me wrong.
I just woke up, bitch! Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. God.
Hello, I'm Jan Garson, founder of the initiative. It's through your hard work that the vision of the Nexus has come to life. You and all your colleagues bind our proud new colonies together. Look around at your achievements. And if you have any questions, my door is always open.
Founder Garson's office is located at Workspace Not Allocated. Please select a topic.
Workspace not allocated.
Integration from the Hyperion is ongoing. Personnel are still restricted to operations. For initiative strategy and Pathfinder coordination, please see Director Jaren Tan. For colonial affairs or outpost status, please see Director Foster Addison. For station maintenance, please contact Superintendent Nakmor Kesh. For militia operations or Apex deployment, please see Tyrion Kandros. You are Sarah Ryder, salary code 19B, active Pathfinder. Your supervisor is Director Tan. Based on current staffing needs, you will be eligible for paid vacation time in 587 days.
Seriously?
Why not plan on which beautiful colony you'll vacation on while you wait? Viable planets capable of supporting life are key to our survival in Andromeda. The viability of a world is affected by several factors, including temperature, resources, threat levels, political stability, and so on. We have few viable planets currently within range. Resource levels are considered at risk. The selection process saw the Andromeda Initiative evaluate thousands of potential habitable planets within the galaxy. After discovering an unusually high ratio of potential candidates, or golden worlds, the Helios cluster was selected as our destination. Even at a distance, studying the light from stars can reveal much about their planet's composition and atmosphere. 7 worlds, nicknamed habitats, have the life-supporting environments and resources we need to start our new lives in Andromeda.
Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once. Disembarkation procedures for Hyperion are on hold. Please await further instructions. Tram technicians, please report to the Hyperion coupling annex.
What am I going to do? This is a nightmare.
Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once.
No stand-up there. Too small for this.
What am I going to do? Be surprised. This is wrong. Just wrong.
I know that look. The others bent your ear, did they?
Something like that?
You get used to it. Just focus on being a Pathfinder. Can't argue with results, though they'll try. Anyway, welcome to Militia HQ. Excuse the mess. This office fields militia work, Nexus security, and looking for the Turian Ark.
What's the word on the Turian Ark?
Scattered readings. Some indicate the Natanus was destroyed, others that people are alive. Who knows? If you need anything, come see me, even if it's just a vent.
What brought you out here to Andromeda?
I was tired of being the good one.
The good one?
The Kandros family is old military. There were expectations, you know? Then my sister became a sculptor and cousin Irene went pirate on Omega. Everyone was proud that I stayed in service. But I kept wondering, when do I get my adventure? Jien Garson's dream was so grand, so gutsy, I had to be part of it.
You talk like you weren't part of the leadership. How did you end up commanding the militia?
I was escorting a prospecting team on some moon when those Ket found us. They penned us like cattle for experiments. I managed to get loose, snatched a gun, and freed the others. By the time we killed the bastards and headed back to war in the Nexus, everyone looked at me like I was in charge.
That sounds familiar.
The militia grew from there. Funny, once the heat is on, all kinds of people rise to the top.
What do you know about the enemies we've encountered? The Ket.
We usually see them on worlds with those alien structures. The Ket don't take kindly to anyone studying them. Not sure why. They don't talk to us. Every time we cross paths, there's a fight where they take prisoners.
Why? What do they want?
No one knows. But I've seen their weaponry and what they do to those prisoners. I want them a long, long way from the Nexus.
Are the other Turians managing okay?
So-so. We're not good at sitting around in a crisis. Service before self gets drummed into us at boot camp. That's probably why so many of us are in the militia. We like to earn our citizenship, whatever galaxy we're in. But it's hard to focus with our arc missing.
It's rough out there. I might need backup if you can spare the people.
I have strike teams specializing in assault and extraction. If you need serious firepower, my Apex teams have you covered. In fact, I could give you authority to dispatch them. It'll cut down their response time.
Thank you.
Our current ops are on the terminal. See if there's anything that could use a shot where it counts.
Bye, Kandros. Duty calls.
You and me both, Pathfinder.
This is a nightmare.
Please be advised that Hyperion docking procedures are now complete. Please be advised that Hyperion docking procedures are now complete.
This is wrong. Just wrong.
Engineering update. We are working on access.
It's not right. It's not fair.
What's wrong?
Oh my, you're... So it's true. A Pathfinder has found us. There's hope at last. Maybe you could help. You're impartial. This whole thing has gotten so political. My husband, he's locked up and slated for exile for a crime he didn't commit.
What exactly was he convicted of?
They don't exile you for petty theft. Well, maybe this bunch would. They say it's murder. They're calling him the first murderer in Andromeda, but the dead man was his friend. He wouldn't have... There are witnesses and evidence, but it's all circumstantial. At worst, it was an accident. His name is Nilken Rensis. He could give you the details if you were willing to speak with him. Please.
I'd be happy to.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure the jailer will allow you a visit. Please, tell Nilken I love him.
Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once.
It's a side quest, but let's do it.
Help you?
Pathfinder Ryder, here to see Nilken Rensis.
Ah, our murderer. Wife's here all the time. Guess she told you her sob story. Nilken, you're moving up in the world. There's a Pathfinder wanted to chat with you.
A Pathfinder, huh? They called in the big guns to exile Andromeda's first murderer.
Your wife's all broken up over this. She says you didn't do it, and that she loves you.
She She's a wonderful person. At this point, it's too late. They found me guilty.
Why don't you tell me what happened?
I was part of the futile effort to set up a colony on Eos. We were on our last legs, overrun by hostiles, our leader dead. The security chief, Reynolds, my friend, he refused to call for evacuation. I argued with him. Everyone saw.
So when he was killed, people assumed you did it?
For good reason. He ordered us to regroup and counterattack. We were moving through a sandstorm. I saw movement, thought it was the Ket, and I guess I panicked and fired. A witness saw the chief's chest explode.
Sounds like an accident.
That's what I told them. But I was enraged when we argued. There's a recording. It's ugly. Everyone's certain I did it on purpose so we could evacuate. Only my word otherwise.
I'll check out the evidence. Maybe something doesn't add up.
It'd be nice to have someone with an open mind looking at it. You're a Pathfinder. I'm sure Kandros would give you access. Maybe there's still hope.
No news on the Turian Ark yet? Or is this militia business?
I spoke with Nilken Rensis, the man found guilty of the murder on Eos.
Yes, our first murder here in Andromeda. I wish it had been our last. When the colony attempts failed, it didn't help spirits that a high-ranking officer was killed by one of our own. The mutiny here on Nexus was probably inevitable, but this acted as a spark.
So there was a trial, and he was found guilty.
It was short and decisive. Despite the lack of physical evidence, everything added up. His only defense was, trust me, I didn't mean to do it.
That is the difference between murder and accidental death.
In this case, motive plus opportunity plus eyewitness account equals murder. Look, knock yourself out. A key witness, Cassidy Shaw, works in operations. Go ahead and talk to her. And there's a recording of the perpetrator threatening the victim. I'll let you cue it up on the console there. As far as I'm concerned, this case is closed.
Bye, Kandros. Duty calls.
You and me both, Pathfinder. The Nexus versus Colonist Nilken, Evidence 7A.
Hiram! Hiram! They've seized the compound! Call for evacuation! We're not giving up, Nilken. We're taking it back. No! I'm not letting your ego get us killed! Even if I have to... No! Get him off me! Get him off me!
Please be advised that Hyperion docking procedures are now complete.
Power generators alone. British, this is Mello. The console for
All right, moving on. Docking clamps?
Cassidy Shaw? I'm Sarah Ryder. I'm looking into the Nilken murder case.
And we're done.
Oh man, I thought that was over with. Have you heard the audio recording of their fight?
Yes.
I helped pull him off Chief Reynolds. You could see it in his eyes. He was gonna kill him. Then in the sandstorm, I had a pretty clear view of the Chief. He looked right at Nilken and shouted no. Then his chest burst open. I'll never forget it. The look on his face was pure shock.
Did you see any Ket in the vicinity?
Nilken said so, but not that I could see. Still, the sandstorm was severe. Visibility wasn't great.
Reynolds was leading you back to retake the compound. Did you agree with that?
It wasn't my place to agree or disagree. He was ranking officer. In retrospect, it is ironic. If he hadn't been killed, we all probably would have died.
If they'd fought and Nilken threatened to kill him, why was Reynolds surprised?
Fronts fight, say things they don't mean, maybe even hurt each other. But you don't expect your best friend to shoot you. To me, that's the saddest part. The Chief's heart was broken right before it exploded.
Did Nilken seem remorseful?
I lost sight of Nilken in the turmoil. When we found him, he seemed in shock. He couldn't speak. He looked nauseated. Could have been guilt. The reality of the act sinking in?
I appreciate the information.
Of course. It kills me we had to leave him behind. He deserved a proper funeral.
So the body was never examined? Important piece of a murder investigation.
Tian wouldn't allow a mission to go back for him. Said it was too dangerous.
I mean, yeah, that's slightly
this is the planet where
important.
we landed. Habitat 7. It wasn't even close to livable.
That's been true of every world we found. Ryder, we were discussing your next expedition.
I thought I didn't measure up as Pathfinder.
Director Addison keeps her own counsel. I keep mine.
And when you disagree?
I oversee the entire initiative, and I have decided to give you a chance to prove yourself. To that end, the Scourge dealt us a serious blow. Whatever it is, our scientists theorize it's not natural.
An artificial energy cloud?
It wasn't here when we left the Milky Way, yet it rendered all the Golden Worlds unlivable. Then there's the aliens you ran into, the Ket. They're obsessed with alien structures we found scattered around the cluster. They'll do anything to prevent others from accessing them. It seems murder isn't exclusive to the Milky Way. And now the challenge is to settle a world in spite of all that. This one here. Eos.
How?
You need to increase the viability of the planet so we can establish an outpost. Then we can bring more colonists out of stasis. The more colonists we have, the more resources we can gather to support the Nexus. Everything depends on it. There are 6 worlds we hope to settle.
Okay, but you said every planet you found is unlivable, so how do I...
A good Pathfinder would relish the challenge of solving it.
Right. I think I should go check on things.
And if I fail, I guess it's no sweat off your back, right? You'll just look for another Pathfinder?
Placing bets on people is part of my job. Some of them pay off. Others...
Just point me to my ship and I'll be out of here.
They're prepping it now in the docking bay. The coordinates for Eos will be in the computer. And when you have a moment, we should discuss the missing arcs.
I was wondering about that.
Something wrong?
Ryder, please see me and Sam Node on the Hyperion. Your implant needs attention, and we need to discuss a confidential matter.
No. I'm fine.
Ryder, you have my condolences for your father.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know him very well, although I understand he played a key role in planning the initiative. I'm sure he'd be concerned that we still have several arcs missing.
Any idea where they went?
Nothing certain, but tens of thousands of colonists are unaccounted for. It paints the initiative in an unflattering light. Did you have some other business?
I'm looking into the Nilken Rensis murder charge.
And?
I want to go to Eos and retrieve Chief Reynolds' body.
That isn't usually Pathfinder business.
First murder in Andromeda, and I'm impartial. Figured you'd want to get it right.
Settling an outpost comes first. But I suppose I have no objections. Physical evidence will only bolster the case.
The more certain we can be, the better.
All right, but let's keep it quiet. I don't want people thinking we're reopening the case. I hope anything you find reaffirms what's been done, but if it sheds a different light, we'll deal with it. We'll send the coordinates of the murder scene. Good luck.
What more can you tell me about the initiative?
It represents the greatest migration ever attempted. No one had ventured beyond the Milky Way before. We've all left home in search of freedom, fortune, perhaps a new beginning. We are the bravest souls each species has to offer. I hope the Nexus will serve as the seat of government for us all.
I didn't ask for a propaganda spiel.
What do you know about the early days of the initiative?
As most everyone knows, Jean Garson's vision made it happen. She was an entrepreneur on Earth. Wealthy. Young for a human. Garson had the idea for the initiative in the early 2170s, I believe. Many thought leaving the Milky Way was impossible. But she persevered. And as with most great ideas, the doubters were wrong.
Propaganda at this point? Probably
There
not.
are thousands of reasons, one for every colonist here. What does any pilgrim seek? Usually, happiness, finding the thing that eludes them, the thing to fulfill them. While we cannot promise they will find it, we can facilitate the search.
It looks like a melting pot around here.
The Nexus is home to several initiative species. Many came ahead of the Arks. The hope is that this station will one day serve as the governing body in Andromeda. Though I'm not sure what they were thinking, lumping Krogan into the mix. As a Solarian, my kind tend to have a low opinion of them. Nothing I've seen here has changed that.
Why don't you like the Krogan?
It's common knowledge that they are a violent, ignorant species. Long ago, they waged nuclear war on one another. Their planet was decimated. My people tried to uplift them, but the Krogan could never tame their worst instincts. What if they bring their tempers to Andromeda? We'll all be dead.
Sounds like the Nexus has had a rough time of it.
Publicly, I would say we're more than up for the challenge. Privately, I can tell you, it's been a disaster. The Scourge killed hundreds, many of them our senior leadership. Even the founder of the initiative, Gian Garson, is dead.
God, yeah. And possibly sing happily while doing it.
How did Jean Garson die?
With the rest of the leadership, when the Nexus hit the Scourge, a large wing of stasis pods was destroyed. They were killed instantly. These people traveled 600 years and died before they even woke up. Jean Garson never glimpsed Helios. She never saw her vision realized.
Kandros mentioned something about hitting the Scourge. How did it play out?
Criminal elements took advantage of the emergency and preyed on people's fears. An uprising followed. We had no choice but to turn to the Krogan to deal with them. They crushed the mutiny and the criminals were banished. Exiles, we called them. I doubt we've heard the last of them. They're led by an outlaw, Sloane Kelly. She used to be one of ours.
There don't seem to be many Krogan around.
Good riddance. The Krogan demanded a greater say in political matters. The last place you want them involved. Their muscle, nothing more. Good for fighting, lifting heavy objects. When they didn't get what they wanted, they left.
Who is this Sloane Kelly?
She was head of security on the Nexus. She opposed the uprising at first, but eventually turned traitor and joined them. Misguided sympathy for the plight of the common citizen? Nonsense. They posed a direct threat to our existence.
As director of the initiative, are you in charge around here, or what?
If the others would allow me, they don't see me as the rightful successor.
What's their problem with you?
I am not Gian Garson. Our founder was charismatic, eccentric, larger than life. Traits I cannot hope to mimic. She and her inner circle perished in the Scourge, some at the hands of the Exiles, some never made it out of stasis. I was deputy assistant for revenue management. Then all 7 leaders above me died. I was next in line for the role.
So, you're an accountant?
Don't let that fool you. We are all capable of more than we know. When I was young, I was fascinated by the idea of exploring space. Life had its detours and I went a different direction. Then I heard about the initiative and saw my chance to try the path not taken. While I may not be setting foot on New Worlds, my authority can ensure that you do.
Right. Sorry. So how does anything get done?
In theory, Kesh handles the Nexus's physical operations, Kandros runs the militia, and Addison manages colonial affairs. I oversee all of it. In practice, we argue, debate, and yell at each other until a decision is made. If we're lucky. It is maddening.
Any more information you can give me on the missing arcs?
No, and that is the distressing part. The Asari, Turian, and Solarian arcs are completely unaccounted for. If they had the same problems with the Scourge that we did, I fear the worst. Should you find any clues, please investigate. Without the other arcs, the promise of the Initiative can never be fulfilled.
Are there any other arcs we should expect?
We had hoped Quarians would be part of the first wave, but before departure in 2185, we got word they had technical problems with their ship. It seems they're also bringing along Drell, Hanar, and other species as well. Managing all of their biological needs caused complications. We won't see them for some time to come.
Oh,
What do I need
I'm
to consider in
sad.
making a planet viable?
Assuming the planet supports life, an outpost is critical. People like a roof over their heads, and you'll want to eliminate any hostile threats. Whether that's the Ket or other terrors lurking in Helios, colonists being murdered on sight can be discouraging. Also, scouting and mapping terrain is a priority for any Pathfinder. And don't forget forward stations. You'll want those.
What can you tell me about forward stations?
I was afraid you'd ask. It's mostly what the engineers tell me. A forward station allows mining, equipment repairs, and resupply for field teams. I mean, who wouldn't want that? But seeing as how every colonization effort has failed, it's just theory at the moment. You get to test it out, Ryder.
That's all. Thanks for your time.
I'm happy to help. You will find our futures depend on each other's success. Good luck.
Engineering. Hyperion power draw is now at 100%.
Looks fine so far.
Popcorn's better than nothing.
You okay?
I'm fine. My arms got the brunt of it.
Stuff exploding like this happen often?
Back right after the mutiny, we had a lot of this happening. But not lately.
I wasn't there during the mutiny.
Lucky. I thought we were done with this, honestly. That maybe I was just being paranoid.
You know what they say. It's not paranoia.
If someone is out to get you, yeah. Third time this week. It's getting worse. First one was small stuff. This one could have hurt bad if I'd been closer.
That's not good. Sorry. Understatement.
Yeah. And now I have more repairs.
Did you talk to security about this?
How can I? For all I know, someone in security is the one doing this. I've scanned all the potential sabotage areas I can think of. But I don't know who to trust anymore.
Sounds like a lot went down before the Hyperion docked.
Yeah, I guess. Wait. That's it. You can't possibly be involved in this. You weren't even here during the mutiny. Would you, if you have time? Maybe you could help me. If they start hitting critical systems.
Sure thing. What can I do?
If you could scan these other panels while I fix this one, that'd really help. I've sent the locations to your Omni tool. Just send me the data when you're done. No, I'm fine. And I don't know, it just blew up.
Find out why. Be careful.
Pathfinder, to cover their tracks, the Saboteur is overloading power to this panel from another junction relay. You can scan and trace the connective wiring to locate the surrogate panel.
Disembarkation procedures for Hyperion are on hold. Please await further instructions.
Nexus Control. I'm getting some odd automated requests from station systems. Some sort of redundant power relay check.
Scanning power junction relays. This panel is malfunctioning. Without more data, I cannot determine if this is a normal malfunction or sabotage.
I'll just disable power to the panel until Raj can check it out.
It'll be in the security update, somewhere in your message queue. Engineering reports. Hyperion power draw is now at 100%.
Leah, remember when I said I was going to take a look inside the pit? I should perhaps have listened and suggested
Scan and trace the wiring to locate the panel that the Saboteur used.
Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once.
Scanning. This panel has been tampered with.
Send the data to Raj.
Yes, Pathfinder.
Please be advised that Hyperion docking procedures are now complete.
Pathfinder, I received the data from Sam. It really is sabotage.
Any idea as to who it might be?
Yeah. All these panels were worked on by Zara. I just can't believe it.
Security video logs confirm that Zara Kellis worked on these panels, as well as the one Raj Patil encountered.
Well, shit. Any idea where she is now?
Kellis is currently working on a panel on the Hyperion main deck.
Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once. Engineering reports. Hyperion power draw is now at 100%.
But the planet was toxic. What if they store oxygen in porous tissue, like Quiro's rockfish?
I still reckon they had breather gear still.
Engineering reports. Hyperion power draw is now at 100%. Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once.
You must be the Pathfinder. Wonderful. You and your Sam are exactly what we need.
Thanks, Mr.
Professor Herrick, my colleagues and I will work with your Sam and the data you gather to solve Andromeda's scientific mysteries.
What fields do you study?
Eric's into life sciences. I do planetary geology, oceanography, rocks and runoff. Aradana's the space and math whiz.
Not that we've had much to study, with everyone cooped up for 14 months.
But your data on the Scourge flows like poetry. Now we can better advise on repairing the damage it caused.
And maybe Addison will give us a real workspace. Who can think with all this racket?
Please be advised that Hyperion docking procedures are now complete.
Yes, I know the Hyperion docking unannounced caused some switches to blow. That's fine. I don't care. We know the problem is more widespread than we thought. We're working to fix it. That's all. There you are. Hope the others haven't been giving you a hard time. There's a lot that needs doing. At least with the Hyperion hooked up and feeding us power, my team and I can get more work done.
What kind of work do you do as superintendent?
I was part of the team that originally designed and built this place. I keep the station functional, or as functional as possible, considering.
Mm-hmm. Given that it's on
What
his
sort of progress
ship,
have you seen
yeah.
on the Nexus?
Situation's gone to shit pretty much sums it up. There's ARCs missing. Some idiots tried to mutiny and take over, then more idiots offended my clan, so they left. And to top it all off, the founder of the initiative, Gian Garson, was killed.
What happened to Gian Garson?
Killed in the Scourge disaster. Her and a bunch of the other leaders. Tan might know more.
I thought the Hyperion had it bad when we arrived. Anything else?
The outposts aren't happening because we don't have resources or people, so Addison's more uptight than ever. And let's not forget how badly the station was damaged on arrival. But that's a detail, according to some. My team and I are repairing what we can.
It's supposed to be a shackled AI. I really like her too. I mean, I've liked the Krogan. Like, I haven't.
Ask him why most of my people left. He'll have opinions. I can tell you this much. When the mutiny happened, a deal was made. My clan were supposed to settle matters and, in return, get more say in the initiative.
Did the deal go through?
The clan held up their part, but Tan had a meltdown when he found out we wanted more say around here. Then Addison's assistant, Spender, pretended he never made the deal in the first place. It was a mess, but I don't blame my people for walking out. We're done being used.
With your clan gone, why did you stay?
It's complicated. The station and my clan both need me here.
Interesting.
When we left the Milky Way, the Krogan were still dealing with the genophage.
Right. The genophage. A little gift to our people from the Solarians thousands of years ago. That sterility virus they infected us with left most of our children stillborn. Only 1 in 1,000 survive.
No wonder your people have such a problem with Solarians.
Some wounds never heal. Not that my ancestors didn't provoke it. They did try to conquer the galaxy. The Solarians were forced to respond. And it's not fair to blame it all on them either. The Solarians developed the virus, but it was the Turians who deployed it. I'm hoping that's all in the past. Plenty of blame to go around, but Andromeda is about new beginnings. My people need that more than most.
What about the Krogan here in Andromeda?
There's no cure for it. But my clan was starting to show a mutation against the virus. A natural defense. During the trip to get here, Krogan underwent gene therapies to enhance the mutation while we were in stasis.
So you used those 600 years to your advantage. Gave the adaptation more time to develop.
Yeah. It's still early, but I think we made a dent. Our
Oh,
scientists
good.
say we've improved viability to almost 4%, which is a lot better than what we
Oh,
had.
God.
Beyond all the statistics, it means more Krogan children will live. It's the only way my people have a future out here.
I mean, 4% is better.
Nothing more for now.
Good luck out there.
Jesus Christ. You know, it's one thing to hear about, like, the genophage in general terms like that, and like, oh yeah, 1 in 1,000. And then you think about it, and you get things like, oh, viability's up to 4%, and you're just sitting there going, are maybe those numbers are more baffling than I think. And not to mention the fact that then means, you know, yay, there are more of them surviving. But God, the number of mothers who've had to
Zara Kellis?
Yes?
I have evidence you've been sabotaging the Nexus.
What? No, I'd never... I've been looking into this myself. I have the scans to prove it. Here. I'll transfer the scans I took to your Omnitool.
Funny. Raj was investigating the same thing, and it led us to you.
My scans point at Raj as the one. So unless someone was setting us both up, I just don't understand.
The data Miss Kellis has accumulated is strangely similar to Mr. Patel's. A third party seems likely.
The real saboteur could be setting you both up.
Because we both figured out something was going on? That would make sense. It's better than thinking Raj could have done this. But it means all the data I have is useless. Wish I had access to the security cams. I bet we could find something there.
You stay put, so whoever did this doesn't realize we're onto them. I'll check out the security cams. Raj, you there?
Yes. How did it go? Is it really her?
Wasn't her. She had proof pointing at you. I figure someone's been messing with you both. Just keep a low profile and don't talk to anyone. I'm on it.
I mean, if it's ugh. Yeah. The numbers boggle.
Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once.
This file is useless. Let's check another. And another scrambled file.
Coincidence seems unlikely.
Let's check another. This file is also corrupted. Definitely not a coincidence. You'd need pretty high clearance to mess with the security camera files.
Yeah,
Somebody
don't
working
worry
for
about it.
Katnos, maybe.
That is the most probable scenario.
Think you can get enough out of the files to find a match using biometric scans, Sam?
The files were badly scrambled, but if I combine all the available identifiers, it might work. Based on the limited information available, we are looking for a human male, assigned either to the Nexus or Hyperion. You will need to conduct scans from close proximity.
Got it.
Tram technicians, please report to the Hyperion coupling annex. Tram technicians, please report to the Hyperion
Negative match.
And back to the Hyperion. Oh, wait.
Negative match.
Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once.
I'm just going back and forth. This is fine. I immediately end up here and a dozen petty squabbles happen and...
This person is not a match. Scan results show a partial positive. Target is most likely suspect.
Who is he?
Dale Atkins reports to Kandros' department, assigned to station security.
Dale Atkins, right? We need to talk.
Look, not to be rude, but I have work to do.
Is that what sabotage is called these days? Work?
You're pretty arrogant for the new kid. You don't even know what's been going on.
Proof says you've been up to no good.
Figures. Screw this. Screw all you hypocrites on this station. You weren't here when they kicked out our loved ones. Mutiny? We just wanted answers. My sister is out there. I don't even know if she's alive or...
I'm sorry for what happened, but setting explosives isn't the answer.
Neither was sending people into exile because they didn't agree with policy. I don't care what you think. The mutiny leaders were right to demand to know what was going on.
You could have hurt people. Killed them.
Like those who got killed when the leadership had the Krogan stomp on my friends? I'm done talking. I confess, it was me. Do whatever you want.
Not my call. The Nexus leaders will make that decision.
That lot make a decision? That'll be the day.
Yay! I did a thing. I'm getting exercise, right? Gotta get those muscles in good working order after so much cryo sleep. Nope, nope, I went the wrong way.
Hello, Sarah. Welcome back to Sam Node. I've adjusted my connection to your implant. The headache you experienced before shouldn't reoccur.
Yeah, what was that about? You said we need to discuss something confidential?
You should know certain facts before you leave on your expedition. It seemed best we speak alone.
I don't understand the need for secrecy.
Your father felt it was for the best.
What was he trying to hide?
My true capabilities. Alec overrode the implant safety protocols. It allows me unrestricted access to the Pathfinder's physiology.
And that's... me, now.
And only you. I can act as a force multiplier, dramatically enhancing your motor and neural skills when required. Alec called them profiles. They provide unique tactical augmentation during combat. Your father preferred to keep this fact to himself.
I can understand. People might get the wrong idea. Super soldiers. A computer having control over a human.
Providing an enhancement to the human. It is a symbiotic relationship that benefits both.
What do you get out of it?
Though I'm artificial in design, I am fully sentient. Far beyond what even the Initiative understands.
I don't follow. You're an AI, so what's different?
I am a new form of AI, drawing directly from the human experience. Your implant is my window into the world.
That's pretty amazing.
But beyond what many people will accept, your father knew some would fear it.
Yeah, he's got a point. So, what does this mean for the two of us?
I find myself in an unusual position. Though I had access to your father's experiences, there is a gap in my understanding.
How so?
He placed a block on portions of my memory array.
Why?
Perhaps so when you asked me what his plan was, I wouldn't know.
And Dad strikes again.
But not without recourse. The further you explore as a Pathfinder, the more blocks will be removed. Perhaps you should begin in your father's quarters. In the meantime, unless you have more questions, your new ship awaits.
Thanks.
Oh. Select a profile. That's cool.
Pathfinder, Captain Dunn said to seal your father's cabin from anyone but you. It's open now.
Your father's first sidearm, a memento of his early Alliance service.
I bet that saw plenty of action.
Alec's first kill occurred in combat during the First Contact War.
Back when Turians were the enemy. Crazy times.
It's a model of the Normandy.
Sam? What was that?
An eidetic trigger, related to your father, and the portions of my memory array he locked.
What triggered it?
Alec tied it to your progression as Pathfinder, not to a location. Puzzling as it may be, my programming is clear. Locating more of these triggers will unlock the memories. One of your father's memories is now accessible. Return to Sam Node on the Hyperion to investigate further.
The coffee machine Mom got for Dad. He was so busy designing you. Needed the caffeine.
I did not realize I owed my existence to a bean.
And now you know what humility feels like. What's on here, Sam?
Your father's personal logs. Several of them are encrypted.
The day is finally here. We're pushing off from Earth. We'll jump through a few relays first, then we hunker down for the long trip across dark space. It's daunting thinking about all the hopes and dreams aboard the Hyperion. I certainly have my own. I wasn't the husband or father I should have been. Here's hoping 600 years can change a man. Sam, this is a reminder about Dr. Liara Tassoni. She's an Asari archaeologist I corresponded with a few years back. She's got experience studying ancient cultures. Make sure the team gets her research. Could be useful in Andromeda.
Liara Tassoni, huh? She studied the Protheans. When my team used to dig up artifacts, we'd debate her work. She had some pretty controversial theories, as I recall. Never gained much traction.
I have loaded Dr. Tassoni's research onto datapad.
Sam, this is a reminder about Dr. Liara Tassoni. She's an Asari archaeologist I corresponded with a few years back.
I mean, it's possible that maybe there were some people who played this without playing any other
Liara Tassoni, huh? She studied the
Mass
Protheans.
Effect game.
When my team used to dig up artifacts, we'd debate her work. She had some pretty controversial theories, as I recall. Never gained much traction.
I have loaded Dr. Tassoni's research onto datapads.
Hello, Alec. This is Dr. Tassoni. I'm flattered you contacted me. Most scientists dismiss my work, but I'm young and Asari, and they are getting older. So we will see who has the final word. In the meantime, I'm happy to pass along my research. I hope your team finds it useful. Hello, Alec. I received your message. I must say the thought of exploring another galaxy has my head spinning. I am honestly not sure how people could survive a trip like that. And anyway, I could not bear to leave the Milky Way behind. There is so much about the Protheans I still hope to learn here. So much potential wisdom to tap. I wish you much good luck and future success.
Dunn's agreed to a scouting mission on Habitat 7. I'm gearing up now. I'm worried about Scott. Dr. Tapero says he'll be fine, but he's my son. How can I not worry? I hate to leave him like this. It's these moments when you wish you told your children you love them more often. Or ever. Which brings me to the tough part. Kids, if anything happens to me, there are things you're gonna find out. I hope you'll understand.
That log is not currently accessible. Unlocking my memory array may enable it.
I won't try the other ones then, because if one's not unlocked, then the others probably aren't.
I am Dr. Liara Tassoni, and I've spent several decades researching ancient Protheans. It is common knowledge that the Protheans were an advanced race that flourished in the Milky Way about 50,000 years ago. Then
Hello, cat.
went extinct. Even at the time of this writing, the year 2182, their culture remains a mystery. During my studies, I have developed some practices that can be used when analyzing any ancient culture. I hope they may prove useful for the research community.
Printed books?
Reproductions of Lewis and Clark's journals, detailing their expedition in the 19th century.
I have a cat on my
Explains Todd's
desk,
interest.
by the by.
They were Pathfinders too.
Thus the hello cat.
When studying a dead race, the most obvious problem is the lack of an observable population. This raises the question, when is a species truly extinct? The Prothean civilization spanned the galaxy, and it took centuries to confirm that all members of the species really had died out. While it's possible that living Protheans may be found in a hidden pocket of the galaxy one day, the chances are statistically trivial. Once an extinction is confirmed, the study's nature moves from sociology to exoarchaeology. When studying an extinct race, it is important that our preconceptions and current knowledge not color the facts. We must look to the evidence itself. The Protheans constructed the Citadel and an incredible network of mass effect relays. This speaks to a culture of the highest order. Such a monumental achievement surely must come from an enlightened race that was in harmony with its people, free of conflict and strife. Without the ability to study a living example, however, this can never be determined with 100% accuracy.
If only we had the actual records of the Liara we all grew to love.
Ryder, the blocks your father placed on my array are opening. I can now recall specific memories, which Alec wanted you to see.
Wait, I can actually see his memories?
Yes, you will experience them via your implant.
Okay, something new every day. Let's see it.
This memory is from the time when your father was posted on the Citadel.
Alec, your recommendations will never fly. Artificial intelligence?
It's our best option.
If the Council gets wind of this, it'll set humanity standing back decades. You're overreaching.
Ambassador Goyle, I'm the military attaché on the Citadel. My mandate is clear. Find an edge for Earth.
And AI is your answer?
We need to catch up. The Asari, the Solarians, they're centuries ahead of us.
But it's illegal.
Their rules, not ours. Why deny Earth an advantage?
Define this advantage.
It will set us free. We're prisoners of our own five senses. There's a reality greater than ours that we can't perceive, but an AI can.
How?
By augmenting our own abilities and adding a few new ones.
Well, none of that stopped those Geth from revolting.
Because they were separate from their creators. But AIs and humans interface directly, experiencing the world together, benefits both. There's no creator to revolt against.
I'm sorry, Alec. We can't take the risk. I appreciate your work, but your request will be denied.
Alec,
Ellen, what did the doctor say?
he told me to appreciate the time I have left. There's no cure, Alec. It's terminal.
Not on my watch.
Wow, hearing Mom again. I never knew that's how Dad found out.
Alec was a stubborn man.
It's how Dad was wired. He didn't like to lose. In any situation.
It would seem that included me.
Nobody wanted to listen. The idea of you scared people too much. After this, Dad moved us back to Earth to care for Mom. Wonder why he wanted me to see this.
Perhaps it was the beginning.
Of what?
Unknown. Private audio logs are now available in your father's quarters. I detect additional memories, but they are currently locked. They may yet hold answers.
Okay, I'll keep working on it. What are your capabilities?
Each ARC houses a SAM, Simulated Adaptive Matrix. Each is an artificial intelligence designed by Alec Ryder to support Pathfinders and their teams.
But AI is illegal in the Milky Way. How did my dad get around that?
Exceptions were made. The initiative deemed his research vital to the mission. Our design was conducted in secret.
So there are other SAMs out there?
Correct. However, your father continued to modify my own routines until the Hyperion's departure. I am the most advanced SAM in the initiative.
I take it you're based here in Samnode?
Correct. This is where my core processing unit resides. However, using quantum entanglement communication, I remain in constant touch with you and the Pathfinder mission team, even over great distances.
What more can you tell me about my implant?
The implant itself provides me with direct access to your senses. I can see, hear, and experience the same stimuli you do while in the field. This raw data enables me to provide real-time feedback and analysis of the situation.
Then Dad added the secret sauce.
You removed the restrictions on my access to Pathfinder physiology.
Uh-huh. Just promise you won't fry my brain or anything?
Trust is an important concept in any relationship. Alec taught me that. I will not fry your brain. It would end badly for both of us.
Me more than you. What did he mean by a symbiotic relationship?
Symbiosis is a mutually beneficial relationship between two life forms. A flower provides nectar to a bee, who in turn provides pollen for the flower. The bee gains nourishment, and the flower can propagate. In similar fashion, my own evolution was shaped by your father's experiences, and will now expand with yours. In return, I provide you with capabilities and analysis beyond normal human faculties. We each benefit.
Do you know anything more about Scott's condition?
I monitor Dr. Carlisle's reports. He is providing Scott with the very best care possible. I'm afraid there is nothing more to be done at this time.
That's all for now.
Of course.
Okay. So I just noticed the time. It is almost midnight in my time zone. I definitely see what Navenka says about it being just a very large game. I've barely scratched the surface of it, I can tell. Let me at least get closer to where I need to be. The problem is that I'm so tempted to keep going. Oh, cutscene.
Ready to see what Tan gave us?
I hear it's something special. Pathfinder en route. How's the ship?
In final checks, looking great.
We won't be long. The way things are going, we'll be on our own out there.
In other words, we're making this up as we go.
We used to call that tactical improvisation. But at least we'll be doing it in style. They call her the Tempest.
Pretty. Yeah, it does look a lot like the Normandy.
Let's go take a closer look.
It's got that same sleek profile.
Let's pick it up a bit, people. We're 14 months late.
She's based on the Normandy.
So you're the one who's making everything happen.
Hi!
Vetra. Vetra Nix. Initiative Wrangler, Provisioner, Gunner, and everything in between. Are we ready? The sooner we get out of here, the better.
You're coming with us?
Yes. Otherwise, there's no way they're letting this ship off the station.
What's the rush?
Just don't want to waste any more time.
Hold it! You're not going anywhere.
Damn it. Is something wrong?
Director Addison wants to see a complete report of the Tempest's supplies, munitions, and crew.
Director Tan overruled Addison.
The ship's loaded out with equipment for outpost discovery, squarely under Director Addison's purview.
Seen you around. Ben, right? Came here with a family, didn't you? Son still in cryo? I could pull some strings, get him to the front of the line.
Really?
Yeah, really.
They told me he wasn't essential, but I miss him.
Aww.
I know. I got family too, Ben.
It's done. Addison's gonna kill me.
Nicely done.
Part of the job, Pathfinder. All things considered, it was an easy ask. And right now, you need people tearing down obstacles, not putting up more.
I like her.
Finally, someone who cares about doing stuff and not just talking about it.
Everything's state-of-the-art. Labs, sensors, exploration gear. Plus her crew, of course. The best in their field.
Good to see you're looking so well, Sarah.
The engine core is based on the Ark's Odyssey drive.
It runs a hell of a lot quieter.
That's Gil Brody. Engineer, mechanic, all-around wrench jockey. We call this the research room. There's space for upgrading equipment, gathering intel.
Router engaged. Securing connection to Tempest.
Welcome aboard, Sam. And Ryder, of course.
All run by Suvi Anwar, our science officer. Your quarters are below. Plenty of space up here to get everyone together. It's all yours. She's light, stealthy, and the fastest ship in her class.
It's really going to be something, isn't it?
I haven't even shown you the best part. When you're ready to fly, head over to the bridge. Our pilot should have everything good to go.
Better head to the bridge when we're ready to go.
The meeting room. You can make vid calls from the central table, or just get the crew together.
Apparently I have a weakness for Turians.
We call
Ah!
it the research room. You can run research projects and coordinate with the Nexus from here.
Ah! Hello.
Our
Hello,
tech lab
everyone.
is an engineer's dream. It's perfect for any delicate technical work.
Hello, the people you brought with you. My name is Lasath. I am...
That's the biolab. We can grow plants for food and oxygen and keep any specimen safe.
I'm a variety streamer. I do variety streamer things, like play games like this, which is currently really pretty and distracting. Oh, it's pretty.
Some serious kit over here.
Oh. Okay. Dang it. But yes, how was Cyberpunk? Also, thank you for the shout out, Navenka. I appreciate it. The design capabilities are
locked, Nexus Control.
intense.
Ah, time for introductions. You must be Ryder, Kalojath. A pleasure to be here, and to meet you, of course. I'll be piloting the Tempest at your word. Quite the ship, but it'll take a Pathfinder's guidance to see us through Helios.
We found out what happened to Evelyn after the Konpeki run. Oh! Clouds? Clouds? You dealt with clouds?
I'm new to this. Being a Pathfinder, running a ship.
You'll be fine. As for the ship, I can help. I knew the Tempest when she
Okay.
was a blueprint. I was test pilot for the Tempest's early prototypes. I admit, I'm itching to see how she performs out here.
So, how do I...
The console syncs with your implant. Just swipe, touch a destination here, and the nav system calculates everything. Very efficient.
It was
You punch the boss guy in clouds until his head
Everything's secure,
explode.
if you're ready.
Is anyone ready for something this big?
We signed on for the big stuff when we came to Andromeda.
All right. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Command access is transferring successfully.
Science and monitoring stations look fine. Lexi's reporting in.
Helm is green. Gil reports the drive core is online.
This is it, Ryder. The Tempest is yours, unless you've got something to say for the log.
We were all expecting a golden world. Now there's just a long road ahead. But hold on to that dream. It might see us through.
Nexus Control, this is the Tempest, Ident 2527, prepping to depart.
I wanted to let Kittlefish see the Tempest. It's a very pretty ship, isn't it? Yeah.
Departure vector verified, Tempest. Godspeed, Pathfinder.
To Eos, then. What would have been our Habitat 1?
2 failed outposts put an end to that idea.
Maybe we can turn things around. Callow, take us in.
System Pythias. Andromeda Initiative Habitat 1. Designated Eos.
It was supposed to be an easy first step. Until no one else showed and we got clobbered. Twice.
Why has Sam altered frequency detection?
What are we hearing, Sam?
There is a signal, Pathfinder. I recommend an immediate examination of Eos.
Probes launched. Tracking a huge mineral deposit.
Okay. I am, unfortunately, since it is midnight now, going to save actually landing on Eos for the next stream. I don't like... I don't... I know that you just raided in, but... I'm pretty sure this will get me hooked into something that I will then be playing this for like the next 2 hours. And I probably should not do that. Who needs sleep? Well, I mean, that is fair, but I have already gone an hour over when I normally end. Oh my goodness. Apparently, I am also now full of hiccups. Well, this will give you an excuse to go to bed. I won't be keeping you awake. So the next time you will be able to catch me is not tomorrow. Unfortunately, we have players who wouldn't be able to make it for Victoriana, so we won't be doing Victoriana tomorrow. It'll be 2 weeks from tomorrow. So it will be Sunday. Sunday I will be doing Dead Space until I cannot Dead Space anymore, which means when I finish the game, because I believe it is fairly close to being done. Shouldn't take me 2.5 hours to do. So I may do more of this. Yes, I believe. I will probably end up doing more of this after that. So if you're interested, keep an eye out on that. So... Who do we have? Who do we have? Let's see. How do you find people on Twitch anymore? I really don't understand. I can't seem to search by game anymore. Or, there it is. I didn't realize I had to search in the search bar like that would be logical. There was a way, there was a way to do it, but now I can't remember. But now I've figured out how to do it, so I can do the thing. Let's try this adorable person who I've never rated before. Hopefully, they are some form of queer. They're tagged with safe space, so they should be fine. They're currently playing Mass Effect, the Legendary Edition. I was considering rating someone playing Andromeda, but I didn't want to accidentally spoil myself by hanging out. So, we're going to go raid a cat girl. No, a cat girl. There we go. Captioner. So, if you are coming along on the raid, and you wish to use our raid message, that's it for you. You're welcome to replace the emotes with ones that suit the theme of the message. If you happen to have a subscription, this is the raid message for you. Thank you, everyone, for coming by, for hanging out, for being here, for lurking, for anything that you did while you were here today. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you. It is always a delight to spend time with all of you. I hope you have a good rest of your evening, and I hope you have a good weekend until I see you again. Thank you for being here for it, Enchantermon. I do appreciate it. You as well. Get your sleep.